A very warm welcome to day 2 of the Asia Road Racing Championship, round 5, the finale. It's Saturday, the second day of the 3-day race weekend, and my has it been an amazing first day yesterday. We saw the Thai riders really step up to the plate in all the categories, and we have the championship deciders possibly today, because we have all the championships either locked on points, or in the case of Varpang, who we'll see later in qualifying soon, he can lock out the championship within race 1 itself. And it spreads out all the way to the 600s, the 1000s. In the 600s, we saw Chip Nakarin, as well as Ratapong, who was just performing exceptionally. And in the 1000s, it's the same story again. So it's a run for the money for everyone fighting in the championships. And honestly, the weather is looking superb today. We saw a spell of rain here and there throughout the afternoon, throughout the evening. So, well, no one can predict what the weather is going to be. I hope some good racing, and I'm sure the Chang International Circuit will produce some fantastic finishes, especially at that last turn. So we're going to wait for the riders to come out now. It's the UB150 Qualifying coming up right after this.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to our friends joining us on live stream on YouTube and Facebook. You are here with us live at Chang International Circuit for the 5th and final round of the 2022 FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's Saturday and that means it's race day. But first we have the rather important business of qualifying. I'm Barry Russell, and together with Daniel Bogas we'll be taking you through the qualifying sessions this morning, and they are beginning now. As you can see, the Underbone 150s are coming out on track for their outlap to begin a 30-minute qualifying session. And that won't be the end of the story for the Underbones, because the top 15 qualifiers from this session will go into a Superpole shootout later this morning. But we'll be bringing you all the action just on your screen there. Coming through is Giancarlo Maurizio, one of 2 Filipino riders for UMA Racing Philippines, together with his teammate April King Moscado. But a very leisurely outlap being done by these guys, having a look around the gardens as well as they do so. But the serious point of what they're doing now, which is a little bit naughty according to race direction, is they are trying to bunch up, because to get a good qualifying time you're going to need a slipstream. We see this in all small capacity motorcycle racing classes. The riders will tend to wait for each other so that they can get a tow, get a faster time, and that's what they'll be looking for. But of course, riding slowly on a racetrack is a pretty dangerous thing to do, because somebody can be coming behind you going at full speed, and it can end in tears and worse very easily. But getting up to speed there is one of the LFN machines. I think those are the 2 just off track. There are the 2 Vietnamese entries here, Nguyen Duc Tan and Nguyen Antoine. That's Murabil Vitoni going through there, I think, number 157. Sorry, he's just at the back of your picture there. That's April King Moscado from UMA Racing Philippines, who has come, oh sorry, that according to what's on the back of his leathers there, that's Maurizio, Giancarlo Maurizio, his teammate. And there, crossing the finish line for the first time, is championship leader Wayu Aji Trilaksana, number 60. Watch out for him with that distinctive red helmet and the red number 60 on the front. He comes to this final round with 126 points. It's a lead, but it's not that comfortable of a lead. It's 11 points ahead of Izzat Zaidi Salahan, who had very strong, came very strong, particularly in rounds 3 and 4, where he scored 2 wins there. He also won the opening round, which was here at Chang International Circuit in March. Wayu Aji Trilaksana is at the top of the standings thanks to some very consistent performances. He's had just 1 DNF. All his other finishes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 podiums. 1 6th place finish and 1 DNF. So championship form we've seen all the way through the season for Wayu Aji Trilaksana. The 2016 champion, in fact, and he made a good start in free practice yesterday, staying amongst the fastest riders all the way through the 2 free practice sessions they did yesterday. Now as the lap times start to come up on the timing screen, let's give you a marker, because the fastest qualifying time, not pole position, fastest qualifying time in round 1 was by Gupita Krishna, and his time was 2 minutes 0.8. So watch out for that as a marker. As Daniel said in his introduction, the conditions are clear and cool right now out there. I'm guessing track temperatures are going to be still probably in the high 20s. As Daniel returns from his walkabouts to join us here in the commentary box. Coming onto your screen, Daniel, welcome.
Yeah, it's good to be back in here.
It's beautifully cool outside, isn't it? Certainly for Thailand.
Definitely, it is actually lovely weather out there, and I'm sure they're all enjoying it. I think we should see some good lap times coming through, because it is dry and it's cool.
Yep, and as we were just saying, there's April King Moscato there, number 43. One of the 2 Filipino riders for UMA Racing Philippines. And just behind him is one of 3 1XOX TKKR riders, all of whom are very fast. It's not Wayu. Can't quite see who that is. I think that's Ahmad Fazli Sham.
Yep, that's a good guess.
And
it is him.
And it's good to see him here, because he missed round 1 with COVID. In fact, he arrived here but ended up spending the whole race and another week or 2 in quarantine. So great to see him on track.
And what a comeback it was from him as well in the last session yesterday.
Absolutely, came right to the top. We know he's always capable of doing that, and it was really good to see him back on form here at Chang International. Good early time there from another Filipino, Giancarlo Maurizio, we were looking at earlier, 202.775. So you could expect a second or so to come off that by the time we get to the end of this session. And there is the 2 Cardinals machines. Number 555, you're probably used to seeing 55 for Ayman Tairuddin. Ayman Tairuddin is not fit to race this weekend, so he's been replaced by a very quick Thai rider, Thurakid Buapa, well known in Thailand as a rising star. One of his rivals sent me a message to say this guy is seriously quick.
Yeah, we've seen that yesterday. He was so impressive. A name really on the rise, and seems like a name that we might see more often in the Asia Racing Championship.
Yeah, hopefully so. Hopefully so. So yeah, it was a comment from one of his quick rivals. So name check, Axel Pedersen. Thank you for that information. And here is the man currently at the top of the timesheets, putting in another lap. Not quite as quick as the previous one. Second right now is Nazrul Izzat, another leading light in this championship, who has had a few misfortunes this season. Too many either non-finishes or non-starts or low scoring, but amongst all of that he's had 3 podiums, so the quality is unquestionable. The luck was a little bit more in doubt this season. That's why Wayu just having a look around there, sensibly doing it off track. I think that's the run into pit lane. Not quite sure what he's looking for there, but anyway, there is Ahmad Fazli Sham.
Yeah, looks like he's heading back into the pit box as well. I think we might have about half the field either just coming out or going back into the pit lane.
Yeah, just 10 minutes into the session, so some early changes being made. But I think that's Izzat Zaidi out there just ahead of one of the Vietnamese Hondas in this. Yeah, that is Izzat. Izzat Zaidi was similarly, he was among the quick riders yesterday, not absolutely at the top, but always there, as he tends to be. And he's a really good racer, and has been particularly successful, thinking back over the years, at Chang International. So following him there is number 78, No, I don't think we have a number 78. That might be another wild card. But there are two very familiar orange bikes coming into your screen, accompanied by, I think, Gupita Krishna. Those orange bikes belong to Team One for All, and Pirapong Lui Bung Peng and Oi Uezu. And there is one of the pit stoppers, Nazarul Izzat.
Yeah, Shafiq Rossi there in pit box with him. Coming out here, this is looks like he's at Zaidi at the back there.
Yeah, first sight there of another Filipino rider, John Emerson Inguito on the number 22 machine that just went through the right of your screen. He had a pretty good outing yesterday. John Emerson Inguito, and he was quick in the first round here as well. Although didn't get the finishes, so this has been very much a learning season for him. Of course, in this class, as we look at the UMA Racing Yamaha of April King Moscado, it's one thing to go really fast in this class, and it's another thing to put yourself on the podium. So another guided tour being done of the car park. Just around at the back of the circuit.
And then there was John Emerson Inguito getting back on track there. And here we have Pirapong Lui Bung Peng there, number 14. Yeah, it looks like everyone's just forming up for another push.
Yeah, as a former official, I can just imagine the race director getting very steamed up as he's as he's watching this.
I'm sure he has a notepad right now, just marking down the riders which he will give a fine to if they do it again.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, this is what we expected to see, all of them getting into one big group.
That's it, so they're all bunched up now. In the front of that group is FIM Ran, who performed a miracle here in race 2 back in March by winning by more than 3 seconds. It was just phenomenal, and I can't think of another underbone race I've seen where that kind of winning margin was achieved.
It's unheard of in underbones.
Yeah, absolutely. We're more familiar with seeing the first 10 or 15 within a second.
Who's that coming to? Is that Gupita? It's either Gupita or John Emerson, but that was quite the slipstream we got.
Yeah, so helping each other out. And it was Gupita Krishna who got the fastest qualifying time in March.
That was Gupita that came through,
yeah.
John Emerson behind him.
Yeah, so teammates working together.
I think at the front there, that's Nguyen Antoine, who's just starting to look like he's got some good pace.
Yeah, that's good to see. That just took a little excursion. No harm done anyway.
Oh, there you go. Looks like Gupita and John Emerson have caught up to Nguyen Antoine. So now Antoine's going to get some good slipstream, but Gupita's just gone off there.
Yeah, he's keeping himself out of harm's way. Or is he? Yes, he is.
It looks like it might be a bike issue for Gupita because he keeps looking down at his bike. Might be an issue, might just be him trying to give himself a bit of breathing room. For now, John Emerson, he's still on the hot lap, and so is Antoine.
Yeah, there is John Emerson, number 22. And there's the two Vietnamese who are really looking serious in this qualifying session. So good for them. It'd be great if one or both of them could make the cut and get themselves into the fastest 15.
Is that Zaidi just muscling his way through and going up into provisional first place? A 202.415.
Yeah, that was a bit of classic Izzat Zaidi, wasn't it? Muscling his way through there. And yeah, some really good sector times there as well. So 202, still a couple of, well, 1.5 seconds or so off what we might expect to be the final qualifying time, depending on the relative track conditions. As I recall, it was warmer back in March, although my recollection is based on the fact that it's almost never as cool as it is today in Thailand. So that's it. But this is interesting. These three running together.
Yeah, I just saw Gupita pop up at the back, so yeah, I think he's just trying to buy himself some time to get some slipstream. And you can see there his teammate, just looking at the back non-stop. John Emerson, he's just checking to see where Gupita is. And there's Gupita right there at the back of this pack. I think Gupita wanted to find a way into the fastest group slipstream. It should give him some good potential for the top 10 position.
Well, immensely experienced underbone racer, Gupita, isn't he? And so this is the kind of thing that earns him fast qualifying times that we know he's capable of. But
Ahmad Fazil Sham is on a really hot lap, and so is Hafid Pratamaditya. Both of them getting fastest sector 1 and 2.
Yeah, Wayuaji down at 2:05. Almost a full 3 seconds slower than his championship challenger. Oh, and there's a look at the sky. More of that later, but
ooh, Ahmad Fazil Sham, there we go. We saw him on a hot lap, and so did Gupita Krishna, Afif Amran and Wayuaji. But Ahmad Fazil Sham, a 2:01.53. It's a blistering time, half a second faster than Gupita in second.
yeah, that's a really canny move. We're used to seeing that. Pretty canny by Gupita too, but he was trumped that time for sure. And Afif Amran came into the 2:00.00. So 2:01.53 is about 0.7 of a second faster than Gupita's qualifying time in March, which is kind of interesting. Hafisa Rofa we haven't seen too much on screen, but he's up into P5 with a 2:01.1. There's Oyewezu coming alongside one of the Cardinals machines. I think that's Afif Amran.
The Vietnamese team have really positioned themselves well to get some good slipstream, and time-wise, I'm sure they can get try and latch behind the likes of Afif and get into those high positions. But we're getting a lap time cancels for, I think that's Pierpont Lui Bum Peng. I think, yeah, that his lap time got cancelled in this last lap.
Yeah. So, well, these sessions are always watched very closely, and that's it. The race director doing his job up there. We're also looking for a good time from Jordan Bardarou, who is really fast here. Afif Amran cruising now as he enters pit lane. Another shot of those clouds, but here is Oyewezu with Jordan Bardarou alongside him. Let's see.
Oh, that's interesting. With Ahmad Fazil Sham's lap time just got cancelled, which is why we saw his name dropping down the order. So his 2:01 will not count for exceeding track limits. And Thurkish Bappa as well, his lap time will be cancelled due to exceeding track limits, but he has found himself into 10th.
Yep, so it is Gupita at the top, and that's a quicker time than he recorded for the fastest qualifying time in round 1. So here's a little formation flying by Uma, just at the back there, having a little sit-up moment, was April King Moscardo, the highly fancied and very popular Filipino rider. I think those are the two Malaysians in front of them, aren't they?
Yeah, I do believe so. And it's starting to get a bit dicey in there. We only have 2 riders who have gone back into the pit box, Amar Afif and Izzat Zaidi. I do suspect that they will come up for a last push near to the end of the session, maybe in the last 5 minutes. But for now, on track, we have the remaining 18 riders. And it is quite a battle going on there. Everyone's trying to get into those final slots.
Yeah, Gupita's just let a load of riders go and run to the outside of the track. Well, he could bank that 2 minutes .736 because he will absolutely make the cut. People tend to remember lap times rather than qualifying, grid positions rather than qualifying times. So another time cancelled for 193.
Yeah, they've done, yeah. Unfortunate for them. I think they're trying to keep up with the pace of this group here, but they're having to push the butts a bit harder than the Umo riders are having to.
Yeah, so that's Shafiq Rosli crossing the line first there, close together with his teammate Nazrul Izzat and the two Filipino Umas as well. So nice formation flying by those guys.
Yeah, so like Buakpa, they just go up into 8th position, and Pirpangui Bumpeng has gone up into 7th. So at risk right now is actually Ahmad Fazli Sham. He's going to have to find a decent time again to get himself into the top 10 at least, where we expect him. Because we know that we did do a 2:01, and yeah, just as I say it, he's just done a really good first sector, but so has Hafiza Rofa, his teammate. But we know Ahmad Fazli Sham is more than capable of making the cut. So we just want to see him get into the higher positions.
Yeah, occasionally we get surprises and see top riders not making the cut, but Fazli Shan, he's got 2 or 3 laps he can get in order to achieve that. So let's watch keep half an eye on his sector times. But this is a quick group now.
Time cancelled for Nazrul Izzat. That was on the previous lap it was. So Nazrul Izzat, he has to remain 12th for now. He has to hope that this lap will be a good one for him. But I think he's not in this fighting group. But Gupita Kresna just set a really fast 2nd sector. So this might be a really good time coming in for him.
Yeah, he's right in the middle of that quick group. So I'm surprised that he put in that good sector time. So let's see. Just coming up behind Jordan Bardaru there as well. Jordan is where on the timesheets? Down in 15th, in fact, so he's at risk, especially with Ahmad Fazli Sham looking for a quick time. And there's arging and barging going through turn 12. We'll see plenty more of that this afternoon.
Oh wow, look at this. Gupita, he's just gone across its fastest 2 minute .2, but Wahyu Aji has just done a 2 minute .6, so Wahyu Aji goes up into 2nd, Ahmad Fazli Sham goes up into 3rd.
Yeah, look at that. So there's in fact 4 at the top there. Gupita, Wahyu Aji, Fazli Sham and Afif Amran. Tremendously quick, experienced riders in P1, P2, P3 and P4. Hafiza Rofa just behind them. All of those on within the 2 minute band. So a bit of fanning out now and looking elsewhere. Oi Uwezu. Where is he? Can't see him on the screen at the moment. But here is Waiwaji. He's in a safe position. He'll be happy, I guess, with that, although I'm sure he'd like to finish on top. But really, when we come back at later this morning at Superpole time, which is 10:20, that's when the top 15 places will be decided. Waiwaji just behind the 2 Team One for All riders there. We just go back to the 2 Vietnamese as well. Unfortunately, they're outside of the cut at the moment, the better of them. And Nguyen Duc Tan is 17th at the moment, but those guys are working hard in this session. They're in the 203s. John Emerson Nguito, not sure what has happened to him.
Yeah, it's strange. We saw him in the mix earlier. I'm not sure if it's a transponder issue or whether he's just gone off somewhere, because we have no indication whether he's in the pit or on track. Fernandez Nazrul Izzat, he's just gone up into 2nd. A really good time for him, a 2 minute .3.
Nice work. So the first 5 places now by some really high quality recognised riders. Bit of gesticulating there. Not sure who that was aimed at.
Duc Tan, he's just gone up a couple of positions. He's done a 2-minute 3.2, about 3 seconds off the pace that Gupita Krishna just set. So looking a bit better for Duc Tan. Antoine still struggling in the 2-minute 3, the higher 2-minute 3s. Fernandez Wahiaji.
Yeah, Buapa coming into pit lane. He's probably safe with 2 minutes left on the clock in P11 for this qualifying session. And another wild card in P12, Pascon San Luang.
Yeah, this Gupita Krishna is coming out now. So I'm not sure if he's going to make it in time before the checkered flag comes out. There's less than 2 minutes left. They're lapping about 2 minutes.
More lap times cancelled.
Yeah, that's for April King and Duc Tan.
Yeah.
Fortunate for them. Yeah, no, Gupita Krishna is definitely not going to make it out in time because he's just come out of pit lane. And it's only a minute and a half left, so...
Perhaps he's just experimenting with a little setup tweak.
Could be, just before Superpole.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he would have known that 2-minute point 2 would have definitely got him to Superpole with no issue.
Absolutely. We've got 6 riders in the 2 minutes.
And there's Nazrul Izzat there. Behind him is Mohammad Shafiq Rosli. So, yeah, they're coming in now. That will be the end of their session.
Yeah, job well done for those guys.
Oh, a lot of lap times being cancelled. We have a cancellation for FIM run, but it wasn't his fast lap anyway, so it's good news for him.
Yeah, he still sits 5th.
No, this is a rare sight. Most of the riders are coming in before the checkered flag comes out.
Yeah, so at the moment it looks like Dimas Juliet Moko will be the last rider to make the cut. Morabel Vitoni just behind him. He should be out and doing his thing now, really. But
Buapa's really lucky though. He had his lap time cancelled and it was a good lap time, but he has made it through into 11th, so... Oh. Well, that's interesting. They've just come in and come out again.
So just a ride through, and why? Because the checkered flag's out.
I'm pretty sure they thought they had enough time, but by the time they come back into the last turn, they're going to realize that it's a bit too late.
I foresee some finger wagging for those guys.
Yeah. Even Gupita's just gone back in now.
Yeah, good move. And there are the good shot of the 2 Team 1 for all, Pirapong, Louis Wimpeng, number 14, and Oi Owezu, number 410. Just in case anybody else missed it, there is the checkered flag being waved.
I want to give credits to both the Thai wildcards. Even Pascon San Luang has made it through to Superpole, so great job from them.
Yeah, it's excellent. It really is good performance from them, and nice selection by the people that got them in for this final round. So I don't think we're going to see any more surprises amongst that top 15. It looks as though the first loser is Morabel Vitoni. Jordan Bardaru, who was second in race 1 back in March, down in 18th. And there you can see those that wonderful start line that we've got now, the electronic start line.
Yeah, with the graphics, that looks really amazing.
Yeah, we were looking at the static light board yesterday, which was good enough, but this is really superb stuff. Great collaboration, I guess, between the circuit and ARRC.
Yeah, great job to the graphics guys. That looks really, really nice.
Yeah. So let's just take a look at the results. Here they come. And once again, Gupita Krishna, the fastest qualifier here at Chang International. Nazrul is at second, just behind him. Waiwaji Trilaksana, championship leader, in third. Fourth, Ahmed Fazli Sham. Ahmed Afif Amran in fifth. Hafisa Rofa sixth. Seventh, Giancarlo Maurizio, nice riding by him. Hafid Pradamaditya in eighth. And in ninth, Shafiq Rosley, 10th, Pirpong Lui Bung Peng, 11th, we were just talking about him, Thurakik Buapa, 12th, Pascon San Luang, 13th, April King Moscato, 14th is at Zaidi, just making the cut, and 15th, Dimas Juli at Moko, 16th, Murabul Vitoni. Rounding off, Nguyen Duc Tan in 17th, 18th, Jordan Bardaru, 19th, Nguyen Antoine, and 20th, John Emerson Inguito. Mysterious, slow time for him. So that brings us to the end of the qualifying session. We'll be back with the underbones at 10:20 for Superpole. Don't miss that. We're going to take a very short break now and then come back with the first of two qualifying sessions for the TVS One Make Championship. So don't go away. He arrived here but ended up in spending the whole race. Welcome back to Chang International Circuit. After that short break, we are back with the TVS first of two qualifying sessions, for the TVS One Make Championship. So we have 9 bikes out on track this time, and the fastest 2 will go through to qualifying, the second qualifying session, 1B. So out on track now are, well, let's call them out for you. Jagan Kumar, very experienced Indian rider coming back after various injuries over the years. Gung Septian, Arshad Rushdie, the Seoul, Singaporean rider here. Natapong Kalmun from Thailand. Mew Nakahara, quite an experienced Japanese rider now. And we've seen her in this championship as well as in this series. We've seen her in AP250s and also in underbones. We've also got James Frederick Jacobs, or Freddie Jacobs as we know him. Hayato Kobayashi, Fuga Tanaka from Japan, and Alif Adamsia, who is a wildcard rider. So good to see the field extending a bit. This is the first time that the TVS One Make Championship has been to Chang International Circuit, and it looks like, oh, that looks like an engine going there. Let's just watch out for the smoke there. What did you make of that, Daniel?
Yeah, I saw some smoke coming out. Not sure whose bike, but it was under the brakes for sure. But no, we don't see any smoke, so curious. Or maybe it was just now that we're seeing it again. I think that is from Agung Septian's bike. Either that was white smoke from the engine, or he was dangling his leg a lot until I've seen that before, but it's not common on anything lower than a 600cc speed-wise.
True, yeah, true. These bikes are quick. I mean, just to touch on that for a moment, it's interesting to compare these single-engine 310cc bikes with the AP250 times. We were talking about this yesterday, but they're in the 152s, the best times, aren't they?
Yeah, and Vorapong just blitzed it with the 151, so definitely this bike has insane potential, and yeah, Vorapong making the best of it.
Yeah, we'll be seeing Vorapong in the next qualifying session, which will follow straight after this one, because he was fastest all the way through yesterday. He's the...
yeah, that is from the engine.
Yeah, I think we need a black flag for if that is a gun. Unfortunately, he's going to need a black flag, otherwise the schedule's going to get rather behind.
Yeah, you can see it was when he was downshifting that the smoke started coming out. So definitely issues for the engine of Agung Septian. Yeah,
there's the number 3 going into turn 3 there, Agung Septian, closely followed by Hayato Kobayashi. Arshad Rushdie has had a good few outings now, showing some real promise in this class and enjoying it. We've seen him previously in ARRC, in other One Make Championships, in both Asia Dream Cup and Suzuki Asian Challenge. So quite a seasoned rider now. Take a good look at him, but it's good to see riders coming through. Hopefully he will inspire and bring some more younger riders through into this championship. Arshad's 26 currently, so been racing a good few years. He's always quick to acknowledge the support of his family, and sure enough, I saw them here on Wednesday, when I came to the circuit a day early just to hang around, basically.
Arshad's time just got cancelled for his second lap for exceeding track limits, so should be another good time, and it is a good time from Arshad. But Hayato Kobayashi goes fastest now, Arshad Rushdie in second.
So the times are coming into range now. Now we're already 2/3 of the way through this this session. It does go quickly when you only have 10 minutes and the lap times are close to 2 minutes. Just running away at the front there is Fugo Tanaka. We've seen some good performances from him too this season. Three podiums, 3 third places in fact for Fugo Tanaka. 2 of them were in Sugo in Japan.
Arshad just trying to follow behind Hayato Kobayashi. Kobayashi went in super aggressively into turn 3. It's quite a sight to see, going really deep there.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to hear them as they go through that, just to see whether they are backing off, going into turn 4 at the end of that straight. The top speeds. What are we looking at here? We're looking at top speeds more than 200 kilometers an hour, so they're a bit faster on the straight than the AP250s.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, yesterday Kiwa Ahmed came through the speed trap at 211, which is really quick.
Yeah, really the fastest of the AP250s, around 200 dead, isn't it?
Yeah, about that. So top speed is definitely something these TVS Apache bikes do not lack.
Yeah, that's Natapon Kalmun just coming up behind Miyu Nakahara as they go to complete another lap, and the checkered flag is probably going to be out by the time they come round again.
Well, Natapon just put in a really good lap, so did Fugo Tanaka and Hayato Kobayashi. Hayato is in first, Natapon in second, and Fugo Tanaka in third. 152.726, really good lap time from Kobayashi.
Yeah, it is. So those two are looking safe, because Tanaka on 153.216 is half a second slower. And there is Fugo Tanaka, who's spending a little bit too much time looking around to get another fast lap in.
Yeah, he's lost time there, so he looks. So it definitely looks like Fugo will remain third if no one else under him improves further. Regarding Arshad Rushdie, he's on a good lap, and so is Alif Adam Shah.
Yeah. Freddie Jacobs up into the 153, so those times are bunching up quite closely in the 153s.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned James enough. He's doing a good job. He's in fifth, 153.749. That is his fastest time throughout this weekend, so improvements all around.
Yeah, Freddie Jacobs races in the 300 series in ASBK, the Australian Superbike Championship, and is one of the leading lights in that. In fact, when you see him off the bike, you wonder how he folds himself onto it, because he's a really tall lad. Body fat is probably 0.5, I would imagine.
Here comes Fugo Tanaka now. It's not going to be an improving lap for him.
That's it. Checkered flag is out though. So that confirms the first 4, 5. So no changes in the order as they just went through to complete those laps. So the riders going through are going to be Hayato Kobayashi and Natapon Kalmun. And when we see that shot of the new start line, start line, we know we're going to see the results come up very soon after that. And this is what this championship's all about, TVS racing. And here are the results, provisional results confirmed. First place Hayato Kobayashi, second Natapon Kalmun, third Fugo Tanaka, fourth Arshad Rushdie, fifth James Frederick Jacobs, sixth Agun Septian, seventh Jagan Kumar, eighth Alif Adamsia, the wild card, and in ninth, one screen all to herself, Miyu Nakahara. And so we will be back in in just about 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes from now, for qualifying 1B, when we will see the fastest riders from yesterday, plus Hayato and Natapon, who will be joining them in qualifying 2. So stay with us, and we will be back in 9.5 minutes from now. We'll see you then.
Joining us again, welcome back. This time it's with the TVS Asia One-Make Championship Qualifying 1B. Now it's an interesting qualifying session for the 1A. We saw times improving all around for most of the riders. Now it's 8 riders in this 1B. We have Nathan who came through from 1A, as well as Hayato Kobayashi. So right now, riders to look out for it definitely is a project leader, Vorapong Malahuan, who has been exceptional yesterday. A 151.8 was the fastest time that he recorded, which would have been the fastest time out of the AP250 this weekend as well. It's been such an impressive ride from Vorapong, and to see these bikes improve further. And that was a great shot there, right over the curb. Yeah, that was a beautiful shot there. I think that was at the final turn where we saw the camera at the apex. Didn't even realize that we had a camera there. It's going to show some great shots over the weekend. For now, looking at the front, leading this pack is Vorapong Malahuan. Behind him there, I believe is Hayato Kobayashi, who was really impressive in the qualifying session before this one. He seems to like turn 3. He likes to overshoot it slightly and just get that drive all the way down into turn 4. Now it's Hayato next to KY Ahmed. KY Ahmed, very impressive yesterday overall in the combined practice times. He was second fastest, a 152.4. Ooh, someone went over the curb there. But for now, they bank into turn 5. This will be the first flying laps coming through, and interestingly enough, KY Ahmed fastest through sector 1. I was expecting Vorapong to straight away blitz through, but looks like KY Ahmed is doing a good job. Watcher Tuptimon as well. Good performance yesterday from him, 3rd fastest overall in practice. He's on a good lap. And so is Natapon. Natapon just set the fastest sector 2. Yeah, for now they just flip through this double right-hander, and then it's the quick one to the left and then back onto the right here. It's turn 11 and then the run all the way down till the controversial turn 12. Who's that coming wide? That's Watcher and Tuptimon taking 2 riders at the last turn. What a move that was. Clean as a whistle. Coming through now, we have times from Vorapong 152.7, but I believe, yeah, there we go. Watcherin was on a really good lap, and it's a 152.5 from Watcherin. I'm pretty sure that these times will drop further and further. Just 5 minutes and a bit remaining in this session. It's a quick 10-minute qualifying session. No time really for the riders to rest or go back into pit lane for a while. But for now, there we go. Fast sector times coming in from the top 3 riders. Watcherin and Vorapong Malawan both doing 25.8 and 25.9 respectively, but Nathavon, he's on a really good lap. Fastest through sector 1 is Nathavon. Here's Vorapong Malawan, local Thai rider, very well respected rider, and the project leader for the TVS Apache RR310. And he's done a fantastic job developing this bike with the TVS team. And you can see these bikes have just improved so much. They've come to the point where they were near mid-pack for AP250 in regards to timing. And now here we are in the final round, and they are, well, for at least to the top 2 in the top 3 timings. And Vorapong's time of 151, faster than any AP250 rider this weekend. It's absolutely impressive. Top speeds that came through in the last lap was nearly 205 kilometers per hour from KY Ahmed. We saw 211 yesterday. That's Vorapong now as he goes through to the final turn. Now we're just trying to find the way through various Felix Fleming there. He's in a frame, and then now it's Natapon Kamun. Vorapong, another 151 from him, but it's bested now by Watcherin, who's just done a 151. Natapon just came across with a 152. So now we have 2 riders in the 151s. Actually, Watcherin's time, Watcherin 221's time of 151.4 is faster than Vorapong's 151.8 yesterday. It's even faster than Vorapong right now. So I think the big difference is Vorapong is riding without slipstream, because he was at the front of this group. No one has caught it, man. No one has gotten it into his slipstream. He's just been riding a lonely ride in front there. As Deepak Ravi Kumar on the bottom right of our screens for timing. In the frame there was Kewa Ahmed. And Kewa Ahmed not doing too bad at 152.8. Not as fast as he was yesterday, but still a bit of time for him to get another lap in. Whereas Felix Fleming doing a good job. 153.345. Sorry, 153.295 from the young Australian. Yesterday he's nearly improved by more than a second and a half is his improvement so far. Ooh, and we have a rider down, that's Dekitiano, so big worries now for Dekitiano. He wants to keep the championship hopes up, but looking how strong Watcherin, Vorapong and Natapon have been, even to get a podium was going to be difficult for any of the other riders, especially with Vorapong being his direct championship contender. The championship leader as well, so it's going to be a tough ask for the likes of Dekitiano for the race later. But for now, coming through, we have more times. Just across there is Watcherin. He's just done another 151.4. He's so consistent in that timing. Vorapong just 0.001 seconds under the likes of Watcherin. So they should have another lap after this current lap that they're on. But for now, Hayato Kobayashi, he's improved. He was stuck in 8th for a while, but now he's just at a 153.1. So decent time coming through. But as it stands, Watcherin and Vorapong absolutely untouchable. Natapon is the closest rider to them, but he's also 0.9 seconds under the likes of Watcherin. There's Watcherin himself, the current provisional poleman. Just a minute and a half remaining in this qualifying session. Between the likes of KY Ahmed all the way down to Various Felix Fleming, there's actually very little in it at all. It's about 0.4 seconds, so between them, there's barely anything to split it. But for now, it's interesting that Watcherin and Vorapong, they've been lapping alone most of this session, and yet they are able to set these really fast times of 151s. 151.455 for Watcherin, 151.456 for Vorapong. And coming through now, looks like Watcherin's on a decent lap, so is Vorapong, so is Natapon. Here comes Watcherin now on the last turn. Looks like he misses the apex slightly, but maybe that's his preferred line. And I do believe Vorapong has gone fastest now, 151.3. What a lap that is from Vorapong. Trading positions now between the top three, and they have time for one more lap. Let's see what can happen now. And interestingly enough, looks like Vorapong's top speed wasn't even 200. Well, Natapon and KY Ahmed have been hitting 200, 205s, 204s. But for now, Vorapong leads the qualifying session. Checker flag will come out at any time now. Here comes Watcherin trying to push on, and yeah, looks like that's going to be it for Watcherin. Tried to get it down on the brakes there, but got caught up with the checker flag coming out. And I think Vorapong also has backed off from this lap. I was wondering where Natapon was. He didn't complete his last lap, so perhaps he went back into pit lane. But for now, by the looks of it, no one else is pushing on a lap. There's Vorapong there as well. He's backed off. And it looks like no one else except for Watcherin, who set a good first sector time. Yeah, but he's already slowed down. So by the looks of it, KY Ahmed, he's still trying to push on, but his time nowhere near where he needs to be to improve through sector 1 and sector 2. So by the looks of it, this will be the qualifying results, should there be no amendments. For now, we're not getting any news that anyone's lap time has been cancelled from the previous lap. Yeah, it looks like the only rider who's on a decent lap is Hayato Kobayashi, and these riders are going to come around the final turn and realize that the checker flag is out, and that will be the end of qualifying. Faris there trying to salvage something right at the end, but not close enough. But he is only 0.5 seconds away from the likes of KY Ahmed in 4th. So pace-wise, I think he should be well within the front group. Let's see if the front group can latch onto the back of Vorapong and Watcherin, because their pace is in the 151s. The only two riders to have done a 151. So these are the results for the TVS Asia One Make Championship Qualifying 1B, first and fastest. And on pole, Vorapong Malawan, Watcherin Tuptimon, a great effort from him, a 151.4, just 0.1 seconds behind Vorapong. Natapon as well, great performance from him, a 152.4, he's in 3rd. KY Ahmed in 4th, Deepak Ravi Kumar in 5th, Hayato Kobayashi, great job for him at the end there, up into 6th. Dektiano, what a heartbreak that must be from him. A crash out midway through the session, and Various Felix Fleming completing 8 riders. So that's the end for the TVS Asia One Make Championship qualifying sessions. We're going to head to a quick recap and a short break, and we'll be right back after this with more qualifying sessions.
Thanks for staying with us, guys, and welcome back to Chang International Circuit, where of course we are here for the 5th and final round of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're just looking at Irfan there in the Bunsu Honda pit, who along with the other 20 runners and riders is joining the track for this 30-minute qualifying session for the AP250 class. And as they go on their outlap, let's just touch on the championship position for a moment, because along with the other 4 categories, the title will be decided for this championship this weekend. And the main contenders are Andy Mohammed Fadli of Motul Sniper Manual Tech Racing Team and Aldi Satya Mahendra from Yamaha Racing Indonesia. So in the championship positions, it's really a tussle between Aldi Satya Mahendra, Andy Mohammed Fadli, and there's a group of riders very close behind them. Adinanta Putra on 94 points, 2 points behind Aldi Satya, and 2 points behind him on 92 is Reza Danica Arens. And the story of this season has been that Andy Fadli really built up his lead in the early stages of the championship in the first 2 rounds, really. First 2 rounds were here for round 1 at Sepang at round 2, where he scored 3 wins and 1 third. He then had a difficult outing in Sugo, where he just picked up 10 points in total. And then he had 2 P6s when we went back to Sepang after that. The main reason for that was the equalizer cut that he had to his rev limit. This is something that the organisers do to make the series ultra competitive, and it certainly does that. And what that means is he's got a rev cut, a cut to his rev limit of 1000 RPM. So that's slowed him down a little bit and has left the other riders with a chance to catch up, most notably Aldi Satya Mahendra. This is Barry back with you, and Daniel Bogus is alongside me. We'll be with you for the remaining qualifying sessions this morning, not only in the commentary box, but also in the also Daniel will be doing interviews after these qualifying sessions.
Yeah, so I'm going to have a chat with the riders once everything comes down to a finish. But for now, here is someone who has been so impressive. Piawa Patumios, who was fastest through practice 1. And that lap time was what kept him fastest in the combined practice timings. He's been consistent in the lower 153s. It's been really a really good job from him.
Yeah, he topped all 3 sessions, but yeah, as you said, Daniel, best time was in free practice 1, which is relatively unusual in this series. Often we see it in the second one, but so far, touch wood, we've been running in almost perfect conditions. We had a few splashes of rain yesterday, but they didn't really upset an entire session. So the times that we've got on all categories are really dry times.
Yeah, but I think that's what will be pushing Piawat a bit. He knows that the conditions were similar to practice 1 yesterday. Cool temperatures, not too hot. So I think he should be well on course to set a good lap time. It comes now, looks like it's going to be 154 perhaps. He comes across now, 154.8. Muhammad Muzakir, he's on a decent lap as well. He's gone fastest through sector 1, and yeah, there goes Muzakir, 155.28.
Yeah, Muzakir Muhammad looked good yesterday, I thought. Rafid Topan, who I'm not sure what happened to him in the final session, but he didn't get a good time in then, but he's up into 3rd. It'd be good to see if he can maintain that kind of position, because he took a 4th and a 2nd place here in round 1, his best results of the season. And showing early as well, Cal Vietnam for Honda Racing Vietnam, who has a new CBR 250RR. It's a little excursion there for Piawat, perhaps to let some riders go by.
Yeah, Cal Vietnam's bike seems to be working a treat. In the practice 1, he was lapping the 156.6, and then by practice 3, they dropped that time down to 155.0. So, a really good job from Cal Vietnam and the Honda Racing Vietnam team. You were mentioning about how, yeah, in Vietnam they don't have a proper circuit like this to really do development. So the way they have improved throughout the season is so impressive. It's been a great effort from them.
Yeah, and they've been in this series for a few years, so they're really keeping up the effort, which is so important if they're going to really make progress, competing at this international level with riders of this caliber, like this man, Andy Fadley, just dropping back into the pits after just a few minutes of qualifying to see what's going on. He's looking okay, so he hasn't put a time in yet. Not a decent time anyway. He's been openly uncomfortable with the ref cut that he's suffered. So I think what we'll see, we probably will see him use the slipstream to get a good time, and then we'll see him holding on to the leading group to pick up as many points as he can in both races. Number 1, 2, 3. Who could that be? That's Reza Danica Arends leading that group, and he's got Fadley's teammate behind him, Aiki Iyoshi.
I was going to say, Reza's on a really hot lap, and I just saw Aldi Satya a few corners ago trying to keep up with him, and he's going all sorts of shapes, trying to keep up with the pace of that Honda. But there goes Aldi now. He's going to try and latch behind the likes of Reza. Akiyoshi just getting pushed away. But there goes Reza Danica, goes up into first, and Aldi Satya going up into third fastest.
Yeah, Aldi Satya came through turn 12 really aggressively.
It was quite the move from him. Very clean move, but very aggressive.
Adinanta Putra oh, here we go, look, 1, 2, 3, Astra Honda, Reza, Adinanta, Herjan, and then Aldi Satya, surprise surprise, the fastest Yamaha, but another very fast Yamaha behind him, Angi Setiawan, and Piawat for now down in 6th.
I must say, it's impressive by the Astra Honda riders because they're not really riding as a trio. They're all riding more or less isolated, yet they've locked out the top 3 for now.
Yeah, that is pretty unusual for these guys as well, because they do work together, especially in practice and qualifying. But you're right, Daniel, they're running individually, and 1, 2, 3, it's working. Muzakir we saw put in that good 1:55, good early time. But Reza Danica's time, 1:53, is a pretty decent qualifying time. Piawat took pole position last time with a 1:52.8.
It looks like Reza's about to improve his time even further. He's just gone fastest through the second sector. Now we're looking at his teammate Adinanta Putra on a decent lap as well.
Adinanta's come good in the last few races too. Rider on really strong form, with a win and a second last time out at Sepang, and a win in race 2 at Sugo. So he is really the form rider out of these.
Ray Ratakuri has just gone second fastest. That just didn't see that coming, but yeah, Ray Ratakuri, we know how good he is, the experience he has. He's gone second fastest at 1:53.4, and Adinanta Putra now goes up into first, pushing Reza Danica and Ray Ratakuri down. 1:53.2.
Yeah, so as we get 1/3 of the way through the session, the times are tumbling and really heading towards realistic, good qualifying times.
Look at this swarm of bikes here. I think there's about 10 bikes in this frame.
So far, the defending champion and championship leader is not appearing at the timing screens, but I just saw him in that towards the back of the group here. So he will be looking for a tow without any shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, I think that's what he was doing. He was just waiting in his pit box until everyone's got heat into tires. And he's just going to pick out which was the fastest group. I think he's got himself in a good position. He's got a good sector 1 coming through.
Yeah. Aldi Satya doing a bit of tactical dropping off this group.
Oh, I love that shot there. The different way of leaning off the bike there from Ray Ratkore. Old school, some would call it.
They would, yeah. You would call it that.
Yeah.
I'd call it traditional. But yeah, nice moves from Ray. You can never count him out. He's such a clever rider. He's so quick. Perhaps, you know, he's not always on the fastest machine, but you can never count him out in a race. There he is, number 222, going into turn 12 on that 1XOX TKKR Yamaha.
Ooh, Piawat out of nowhere. He hasn't set any fastest sector times, but he's just gone fastest, a 152.847. That's the fastest time this weekend.
Yeah, Atalanta's going to have a go at that in just a few moments. Oh, no, he didn't make it. So anyway, Piawat first into the 152s. That's not very far off. 8.27. That's 0.02 of a second slower than his pole time from March. I'm glad I made those notes.
Yeah, he's really on fire right now. Just trying to find out where Andy Futley ended up. 9th fastest, 154.6. So yeah, he's struggling there mid-pack. He's going faster now through sector 1. So let's see what Andy Futley can do on this lap. They still have about 17.5 minutes, so plenty of time still to make some adjustments.
Yeah, we just took a look at the calm there in the Astra Honda pit. The professionals never seem to be hurrying, do they? Aldi Sacher just coming through again, quite aggressively there on Aiki Hiyoshi. Just at the front of that group, I think that was Setu Rajiv, the Indian rider, going through. First sight we've had of him, and also Idlan Hakimi.
We have a few lap times cancelled from the 5th and 6th laps that they've ridden. One of those is Rafik Topan, another one Muhammad Muzakir, as well as Idlan Hakimi. But I think those weren't their best times anyway, so find out the positions remain. Jakripat Futtisan is doing a good job actually. He's in 10th, 154.
Yeah, he's in for the official Honda Thailand team as a wildcard for this round to accompany Piawat. So he's in very good company with Piawat. But Jakripat, one to look out for if they're putting him into this competition. One to watch for in the future. Just at the front there is Piawat going through.
Here's Aldi Satya now. He's down in 8th. He's not doing too bad, but the times that Piawat and Adinanta Putra as well as Reza Danica set were just really quick, that it makes the mid-pack about 1.5 seconds below them. Makes them look slow, even though we know they're all amazingly talented, but that Astra Honda garage just has something extra. And Piawat as well.
Yeah, they sure do. That is Jakripat just at the front of that group. Aldi Sacher moving through past. That's one of the Indian Hondas to take a look. And that was a good shot because you could see how hard he was pushing the bike there.
Yeah, he's riding his heart out. That is amazing.
So the haze clears. Jakripat stays ahead. That's Senthil Chandrasekaran just behind him.
I mean, the one thing that I've always taken note is that the Yamahas typically are a bike that you have to ride aggressively to get the best out of, and Aldi Satya is just giving the perfect description of that.
He is, absolutely. And Akid Aziz on the back of that group too. So lots of quality there, and Herjan.
Yeah, shaking the head there from Aldi Satya. Tried to go in aggressively there, but just couldn't stitch it up properly. But Adinanta Putra, he's on a good lap. He'll be coming up across the line anytime soon.
Yeah, Andy Fadley up into P6 with a 153.9. Some improvements from him, but he's going to be looking for a lot more than that.
Region Atlas just gone fastest, a 152.262. Pushing Piawat Putumyas down to second, a 152.428.
Yeah, both those times quicker than the pole position time from March.
Oh, I think the lap time just got cancelled because yeah, Reginata's time has just dropped on our timing screen. Now there's Reginata on with the timing at the bottom left. Rider number 46 from the Astra Honda Racing Team Garage.
Yeah, that's Hujin. He's got Akil Aziz behind him, or he did have a moment ago. Oh, and now he's got Sentil behind him. He'll be looking for a guide round.
Oh,
but he's not playing.
Yeah, he's not gonna get it. This could be a good lap for him. Sentil through sector 1, sector 2, he's not doing too bad, so might be pushed up a couple of places. Yeah, just confirmation there. I was about to mention that on our timing screens, Hejin's time didn't stand, but on the live telecast it still showed. So there's confirmation there that Piawat is still leading this session at 152.428.
Yeah, which is still record pole position time. So there's a group going through there. Andy Fadley just behind Setu Rajiv there. The other Honda Indian rider that we haven't seen too much of in this session.
I was going to say Muhammad Muzakir has just shot up into 8th, but just realized that Andy Fadley, he's actually doing a good job on his 5th lap, set his fastest time, and he's 5th fastest in the qualifying session. Let's say to Rajiv there trying to latch himself behind Andy Fadley.
Yeah, I think row 1, row 2 will be good for Andy. He'll be pleased with that in the circumstances, and he's right on the tail there, or just going past his championship rival, 16-year-old Indonesian Aldi Satya.
I was going to say that Andy just sat up there, so I think he's going to line up the next lap. Just wants the likes of Aldi and the Thai wildcard Jakipat to go in front of him. Oh, getting out of shape there, Andy. Was at turn 5 as well. It's a bit of a scary place to lose a bit of grip.
Yeah, I do see quite a few tumbles at turn 5. So Piawat can afford a breather.
He's done a fantastic job. There we go. A round of applause from the team.
Round of applause halfway through the session.
Yeah.
That shows you how happy they are with him.
He's just been so impressive throughout all the sessions this weekend, and he definitely deserves that appreciation from the team.
Yeah,
0.7 seconds faster than anyone else in second.
Yeah, and we've been looking for these kind of performances from him all season, since the first round, and so it's good to see it again. Andy Fadley.
It looked like he was indicating to the riders behind him that he's going off to the pit exit. It looked like a little wave to the marshals after that.
Yeah, or even a practice victory wave. Well, those victory waves are a little more ebullient than that, to be fair.
Oh, definitely. The celebrations are going to be amazing this weekend. Whoever takes the trophy, it all gets decided within today and tomorrow.
Yeah, and there will be some unused T-shirts going cheap by the time we get to Sunday night.
Yeah, I've always wondered what happens to the ones that don't make it.
I've been thinking about this, and I think I'm going to try and start collecting them, the unused championship T-shirts.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. But for now, it looks like most of the riders have gone back to their respective pit boxes. I think out on track is only Reza Danica, Kirjanatna, Anggi Satirwan, Fitrian Shah, and Cal Vietnam.
Yeah, so Aldi Satya down in P9. Aiki Iyoshi down in 12. We know he's capable of more. He hasn't got any rev cuts. But Andy Fadley 153.9, so 1.5 seconds down on the time of Piawat, but in provisional second row position, which will be good enough because he'll be capable of staying with the leading group. There is Aiki Yoshi taking a look, a little stroll back to the Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki. Big boss of Honda just there on the Honda Thailand there on the right. Ratapong Willarot just next to Piawat, just walking away. Words from the boss. Yeah, keep nodding, that's the best approach.
Reza Danica, he's coming in, and so is the likes of Fanny Setiawan, I think.
Yeah, Reza Danica provisionally on the outside of the front row, next to Adananta.
He's a young lad, Irfan Haikal. Irfan, one of those riders with potential, the way he's come up. He's actually progressed really quickly into this 250 class. And I think this year is just for him to get to grips with the machinery. I think moving forward, he will be one to look out for.
I think one thing you can be sure of when you're talking about Bunsu Honda is that if a rider gets into their team, they've got something.
Yeah. Definitely, they've got a good program going on. Speaking of Bunsu Honda, there they were, just riding on the sides there.
Yeah.
Looks like Ilan Hakimi and Irfan Haikal, they'll be heading out. So everyone's just going for that last sprint for the remaining 7.5 minutes.
So expect some changes here on the timing screens. There will be some order changes. I think we'll see some more people coming into the 52s, or at least nudging the 52s.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm probably asking a lot, but I would love to see if Piawat could do a 151. That's asking quite a bit, but if it's anyone that can do it, I think it's Piawat this time.
Yeah, and Setu Rajiv, obviously some kind of misdemeanor, has been asked to report to race control. But now here comes Adananta Putra, as we were saying, very much a form rider from this Astra Honda team.
Adananta not wasting any time, but
yeah.
a bit of nature going around the circuit.
That's it, yeah. I was trying to think of something to, a pun to tie up with fishing for victory. Or but here we go, and there's an Indian rider just at the front of that group, Jakrapat and Piawat running together for now.
Oh, Rafit Topan, he's chilling in the pit box.
Yeah, currently sitting 11th, looking more relaxed than he probably should in P11, considering his performance last time here at Chang International.
Yeah, I think he's decided cameras on, better get busy.
Yeah.
So this is Reza Danica's bike, I think.
Out of all these riders here, he's certainly one that's capable of giving Piawat some trouble for pole position. Although he is carrying a 500 Rev Cup. Rafit Topan goes back to work too. He was notably confident back in March when he was here. I mean, he even called me into the garage at one point to talk to me, just, you know, in a quiet moment when nothing much was going on. And he told me he was going to podium.
That's a confidence that that real champions have, actually.
It is, absolutely. It really impressed me, and then it impressed me even more when he did it.
Yeah. I guess sometimes riders just have this feeling when they just feel good on the bike, they feel good in the day. And yeah, but definitely we hope to see Rafit put in a good performance this weekend.
So big group there.
I think just at the front of that group was Jakipat. Just gone wide there.
I think one of the Bunsu Hondas went wide too, but leading this pack down the fast run to turn 4 is Aiki Iyoshi. He slots in behind, I think that's one of the Bunsu Hondas as they go into turn 4, and now The field really getting out of shape coming into turn 5. A lot of riders running off. There was just a few too many running together then, really. So leading that group now, Hergen, number 46 for Astra Honda. Andy Fadley back in the middle of that group. Rafid Topan, 1, 2, 3, 4 back. 3 minutes 50 seconds left on the clock. Hergen currently down in 6th. So they'll be shaping up now for a good flying lap. They'll get another couple of laps in. That's a 153.4 for Hergen, which lifts him up to 4th. So he's heading in the right direction. Now he's got Aldisacha Mahendra behind him. Aldisacha needs to pick himself up from P6. He's just moved up into P6 from P9. But he still will want to be going higher than that. Divisional front row, Piawat, Adananta, Reza Danica. Back with Hergen and Aldisacha. So a little group of 4 just broken away there. Sentil is amongst them. So again, Sentil looking for a tow. He's down in 19th currently with a best time of 156.9. So he's definitely going to be looking to improve that, and will probably do it this time around. He looks aggressive on the bike. Hergen pulls away to let the other riders through. Aldisacha dives inside him to keep his momentum going. He's got Reza Danica Arens just behind him. This is business time with just over 2 minutes left in the AP250 qualifying session. Andy Fadley just behind his championship rival now on track. Andy Fadley has been pushed down into 7th, so onto the 3rd row. He really will want no less than a 2nd row start. But he's looking good now, just looking at sector times. Yeah, this is a decent lap for Andy. We'll see the numbers come up shortly as a few of the riders run wide there. Cal Vietnam, a good lap from him. Piawat remains top, so the order remains the same, no change on that lap. Next time they come around, the checkered flag will be out, so this will be their last flying lap. So let's keep an eye on what's going on. And at the front there is Cal Vietnam, currently down in 16th. I think that's Aiki Iyoshi, just moved inside him, and Aldisacha Mahendra moved inside him. They come through sector 2. So a lot of these riders looking for slipstream now. Sentil was there, I think. Setu Rajiv is there too, his Indian teammate. The Bunsu Hondas of Irfan we were talking about just now, Irfan and Idlan in 15th and 14th position. But at the front of that group there is Adananta from Astra Honda. Currently half a second down on Piawat Patumio's time. Hergen's on a good lap. But looking at the sector times, I don't think Piawat's time is under threat. The checkered flag is out, so this will be the last time they cross the line in anger. And the first one through will be Adananta, followed by Aiki Iyoshi. Let's watch the times come up. So change, Hergen comes up into 3rd. So Piawat Patumios holds on comfortably to that pole position. Adananta Putra will start from the middle of the front row, and Herjan Atna Fardos from the outside of the front row in P3. P4, their Astra Honda teammate Reza Danica RNs carrying that 500 maximum RPM cut will lead the second row from Ray Ratakuri and Aldi Satya Mahendra. Third row, Muzakir Mohammed, good session from him, good session from Angie Setiawan in 8th and 9th. Andy Fadley will start from the outside of row 3. So as they slow down, Daniel has gone off to Parc Fermé, so we'll be hearing from Piawat very shortly as we go through the results now. As we see that confirmed, Piawat Patumio, sensational pole winning lap from him, 152.428 for Honda Racing Thailand. Adananta Putra, the first of 3 Astra Hondas, 152.5, then Herjan, then Reza Danica, then Ray Ratakure, great performance from him in 5th, Aldi Satya Mahendra 6th, Muzakir Mohammed 7th, and 8th, Anggi Setiawan, another Indonesian Yamaha. 9th, Andy Fadley, the defending champion and the championship leader. 10th, Akid Aziz, nice session from him. Rafid Topan will start from 11th. 12th, Jakrapat, the wild card. 13th, Aiki Yoshi. 14th, Idlan Hakimi Radwan. 15th, Irfan for Bunsu Honda. And Fitrian Zakete will start from 16th for LFN HP969. Cal Vietnam on his new Honda CBR will start from 17th. 18th, Sendil Chandrasekaran. 19th, Setu Rajiv. And in 20th, the Hong Kong rider, Sir Leong Nang. That's it for AP250 qualifying. 600s are next, but before that, we will be hearing from Piawat Patumyos. As you can see, we got cool, clear, well, you can't see that it's cool, but it is. So we're just, well, they sort themselves out down in Parc Fermé. We're just going to do a quick recap of that session. And here we see, coming up to the halfway point in the session, Adananta was at the top with a 153.2. That was soon to be knocked off. We saw Ray Ratakuri featuring strongly for the first time at about this point, as we watch him there going in to turn 12. Herjan Atna also showing very well at this point. The number 46 was at the top, and he was the first one into the 152s. There is Herjan Atna. Good session from him. And there was Reza Danica RNs, Aldi Satya Mahendra, who spent much of the session in the upper middle of the timing screen. Reza Danica looked strong all the way through. He had a break, he did some adjustments, came back well. And there's been some adjustment to the timing. I'm just looking now, I'll update you in just a moment. But there is Adananta Putra, a rider very much on form for Astra Honda, who will be starting from P2, middle of the front row. But that has been the man of the session, and indeed the man of free practice yesterday. He's topped every single session for Honda Racing Thailand. That is Piawat Patumyos. And this was him claiming his pole position. We're going to go to a quick break and come back with Daniel.
We're done here now with such an impressive rider from this weekend, Piawat. So Piawat, you've been at the top of every chart throughout each session. What's your secret this weekend?
สำหรับสนามนี้ก็ซ้อมมาดีตั้งแต่วันแรกสำหรับการซ้อมแล้ววันนี้ก็คอลี่ฟายได้ดี เพราะว่าทำกันบ้านมาเยอะออกกำลังกายและทางทีมมีการให้ซ้อมเดิร์ทแล้วก็ซ้อมทางเรียบตลอดครับเลยทำให้สนามนี้ผลงานออกมาดี แต่ก็ยังเหลือตอนบ่ายครับที่จะต้องแข่งจริงครับจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
So do you have any words for the local Thai fans for this weekend?
ครับสำหรับเสาร์อาทิตย์นี้ก็ฝากแฟนๆพี่ๆน้องๆมาช่วยเชียร์พวกผมคนไทยด้วยครับพวกผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
Thank you so much, Piawat. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Welcome back to our friends on live stream on YouTube and Facebook. We are just joining the beginning of the Supersport 600 qualifying session, and on your screen there is none other than the 2019 champion Pirapong Boonlet, who is riding here as a wild card. It's the first time we've seen him this season, who had a little bit of problem off track. But there, joining the circuit, is Ratapong Willarot, who was really impressive yesterday. You can see very early in this session, riders pushing hard. That's Nakarina Tirapuvapat, followed by his Honda teammate, Krichapong Kausonti, going through there.
Yeah, the Thai riders in this category especially have been so impressive. Krichapong, Nakarin, and even Ratapong. I remember the first practice session, Ratapong looked a bit quiet. He was just getting to grips. And then when the last practice session came through, he went fourth fastest.
Yeah, I'm expecting Ratapong to podium at least. I wouldn't be surprised to see him take a win this weekend. Honestly, it's been building up all season. He's been frustrated more often than not. Breakdowns and crashes and so on. I think he'll be looking to end the season on a high, but so are these two, because Nakarina Tirapuvapat in particular is looking for a podium. He hasn't had one since we were here for round one back in March, and he's in the last 5 finishes he's had, he's been fourth, so he'll want to change the P from P4.
For now, we're seeing both Krichapong and Nakarin riding together. We can expect them to be trying to push up the order. Although the Bunsi Hondas have been quite good as well. The likes of Helmi as well as Azroy. Pawi as well has been pretty strong this weekend. Good times already from Krichapong and Nakarin. 140 dead for Krichapong and 140.2 for Nakarin.
Yeah, some good early times. You can see how hard these riders are pushing now. We could see another probably second and a half come off these times when we're finished. Just on your screen there going through is Azroy Hakim Anwar. Azroy sadly, thanks to COVID, missed round one here, so it's good to see him back, and he was on good form yesterday, notwithstanding an early crash. He's a disarming character, is Azroy, and when I ran into him at one point, he said, I forgot the track a little bit.
Azroy is celebrating his birthday this weekend, this week, sorry, but on Wednesday I think it was.
Right. So
he'll definitely have some extra motivation. Speaking of motivation, look at Andy Ferd and Irfan. 139s from both of them.
Yeah, one thing that's made Andy Farid stand out for me this season is just that every session he's on it, and he's really fast. We were talking a couple of days ago, and in the press conference, and he was saying that he's had when he's made mistakes, it's been in race 2. It's tended to be in race 2, but he is challenging for the championship. And the riders he's challenging we haven't seen on screen yet, but it's number 32, Helmi Asman.
Wow, but Krichapong, he's just come across a 139.0, so it's surprising because in practice, oh dude, I think that's Helmi or Azroy that's gone down. That's Azroy, yeah.
Azroy's gone down. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Azroy's been really strong this season. It is a great pity for him that he had 2 DNSs thanks to the plague. Going through there was one of the wild cards, number 11, Ying Jiangqi. That is Andy and Irfan running together.
You saw Galingendra there trying to poke a nose through. He's really on it. He's trying to follow the likes of Andy and Irfan, and I think that's a good choice.
Yeah, it'd be good to see a result here from Galang. This is such a strong field of 600s. And a bit of discipline kicking in as well from race control. Lap times cancelled for Azroy. Exceeded track limits, he crashed.
I don't think there's a way to not exceed track limits like that. But here we have another Thai rider.
Yeah, Ratapong also had time cancelled.
Oh, it's gone up straight into second. 139.2 from Ratapong. He's really on it.
Yeah, he was really quick through there. And okay, Bunsu Honda get to work. That is looking a bit tattered, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a bit of damage to the fairing. I think they're definitely going to have to change that. But Azroy looks fine, so they should be able to get that fixed and get him up and running.
Yeah, and he's got time.
Yeah, 22 minutes, plenty of time.
Azroy's sitting 4th in the championship. He's got 100 points. That compares to his teammate Helmi, who's got 140 and leads the championship.
It's another one for Azroy. This season has been so unfortunate for him, both locally and in the Asian Championship. He's been so close to the top, and you start to wonder, what if he didn't miss the first round? Could have been well within a tussle with his teammate Helmi for the championship.
Indeed he could, yeah. I mean, his last 3 results have been second, first.
Yeah. He's one of the riders which I always look at as a rider with consistency. When he's good, he's just consistently at the top. And he almost never misses, and it's unfortunate. It's very rare to see Azroy getting 2 crashes in a weekend.
Yeah, it is. But in his words, I forgot the track a little bit. That was his disarming comment on yesterday's what was really a fast crash at turn 4.
Yeah, I think that was at turn 5 this time for Azroy, so mechanics are all working quick to get the bike up in order. For now, his teammate Idam Pawi not doing too bad in 8th. So I think this is Azroy's crash. There we go. Oh, that is a fast place to crash. I can see him sprinting straight away.
Yeah, straight up to his feet. He knows what he's trying to do.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like they're going to continue with that damage fairing.
Yeah, there is Karol Idampawi. First time we've got him on screen, but well, you can see how hard he's pushing. Currently in 8th with a 140.4. Fastest time still with Krichaporn Kausonti, the Honda Racing Thailand rider, on 139.094.
So we're just watching it. Probably, Helmi really unhappy with him overshooting there. But I must say, I really do love watching it Pawi ride ever since back in his World Championship days. And I really do hope to see him here next season again, because I think this season has been, again, a learning curve for him. He's just come back after, I think, a 2 or 3 year break from racing. And he's still young. I think he's only 26 or 27, so I'm sure he's got plenty of gas left in the tank.
Yeah, plenty of gas, plenty of talent. And he's another one of those riders we've been willing to greater and greater performances as the season's gone on. And another rider we haven't mentioned yet is Ibrahim Noureddin, who's currently in 7th on a 140. The time's really closely bunched up. We've got basically a second between 1st and 7th.
I was just wondering where Pirpong was, because Pirpong, we saw earlier on, he had some issue with his bike. So we're getting word that he's just out on his outlap now. So I want to see where Pirpong's going to end up, because he was strong yesterday. 5th fastest overall in practice.
Yeah. And there is Ratapong currently in P2 after a mighty quick lap. And here's Nakarena Tirapuvapat. He was quick yesterday. He's currently sitting in 4th in this session. P4 will be something he does not want to make his own. And he's another rider looking for a win here, but at the moment he's being outshone by Krichaporn.
Right now we got 3 Thai riders in the top 4. Krichaporn, Ratapong and Nakarin. Andy Farid splitting up the group. He's in 3rd at 139.3. And between the top 5, it's just 0.3 seconds, so there's barely anything in it.
Yeah, top 5 Hondas. Fastest Yamaha belongs to Galanghendra. Krichapur and Nakarin running together. This won't be a fast one. We go back to Azroy, sitting impassively there. He's still got time, there's still 18 minutes left in this session. He's keeping his focus. The team are working quickly, but there's no feeling of panic or alarm in that pit.
Yeah, it's a well-oiled machine, that team.
Sure is. More championships than you can shake a stick at, for sure.
Yeah, here's Ratapong now. Still in second, he hasn't improved on his last lap, but he's been consistent in the mid-139s. So I think race pace, Ratapong definitely has it.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're in the low 139s for pace, then you should be there or thereabouts at the front. And talking of fast riders, although I don't think he's on a fast lap at the moment, is Andy Farid Izdihar, currently second in the championship with a 32-point deficit on number 32, Helmi Asman, who's leading the championship and currently sitting in P9 in this session. So Helmi has not yet lit the fire, it's fair to say, in this round so far. And there is Helmi Asman following Karol Idampawi around.
Yeah, Idampawi right now, he's running in 8th, Helmi in 9th. So the pair then, they'll be looking to try and shed some time off. We've got 16.5 minutes left, they still got time to make some adjustments. Now looks like Idampawi is on a slow down lap, and so is Helmi. Yeah, I think the pair of them working together.
Yeah, and they'll soon be together in the pits with Azroy. But that was a good early time put in by Krichapur, wasn't it? And by Ratapong too. And there is Ibrahim Noruddin with the boss, Mr. Zaman, having a word.
Yeah, well experienced rider, Zamani. Well respected rider around Malaysia as well.
More lap cancellations, this time for Shannon, who's a replacement rider.
Yeah, Shannon has been pretty decent all throughout the sessions. Just been he's been within the timings, but just not exactly attacking into the top 10. So perhaps if we can shut off another second and a half, find the right setup, he'll be right there within the mix.
Yeah, he's come in for Kondanai Kurt Kiao, the Thai rider who we've seen in every round so far. But yeah, as you say, Shannon's been doing a pretty good job. And that is championship leader Helmi Asman coming into the pits. And in this category, as with the ASB1000, the Superbike class, they run qualifying tyres. So that's going to be very much what they're going to sit down and wait for, as the three of them sit nice and close together. A lot of garages, they sit on different sides, don't they?
Yeah, with these three, they're all good friends. For the Malaysian and the Indonesian fans, they might recognize this reference, Upin and Ipin. That's what usually Helmi and Azra are called in the racing industry.
Yeah, I mean, listening to them and observing them, I think they should have a podcast.
They should, they really should. Oh, Kanata Jaman's just improved up into 11th to 141.312.
Yeah, he's a good rider, tough character, had two pretty heavy crashes yesterday, but still fighting. We've seen him in 250s in ARRC a few years back, and this is not his first wildcard outing as in the 600s, so good to see him. Also, that's Keito Abe, newcomer to ARRC this year, joined mid-season for round 3 at Sugo. He scored a podium there since when he's been off the podium.
Yeah, he was impressive in Sugo and even in Sepang as well. He was well within the mix, but so far this weekend he's been struggling a bit.
Yeah, he looks the part on and off the bike, but he hasn't quite put it together this time. He's pushing hard enough. It was a quick start he got to this flying lap. That was his out lap. We just saw him finishing.
Oof. Getting wild there on the exit. And for now, the only ones out on track are Pierpont Bunlert, Kanatat Jaiman, Kritapat Kankum, as well as Kito Abe. The rest all in the pit box.
Yeah, Pierpont's just lost the time for his third lap.
Yeah, Pierpont was sitting in the pit lane for quite a while after what we saw, what seemed like a technical issue with his bike.
Yeah, fastest bike so far we're looking at there, the number 35 Honda Racing Thailand machine in the capable hands of Krichapon Kaosonti. As we go back on track with Kito Abe.
Kito Abe is such an exciting rider to watch. He's so aggressive on the gas. He really spins and chews up that rear tire.
Yeah, nothing old school about his riding style, Daniel.
Nothing at all. No. It's really entertaining. Look at the way he just slides in there. And once again, it's like what I say with the Yamaha bikes. They're known to be aggressive bikes and paired with an aggressive rider, and it's quite a spectacle.
Yeah, it is. So it'd be good to see him coming through. Let's see what his sector times are. Yeah, okay.
Gosh, on the gas, just so aggressive there. On the flip to the right, he just had a bit of a twitch. Let's see here at the last turn. Just goes on the exit, hooks up nicely. There should be a decent lap coming in from him. A 142, so he goes up a couple of positions, goes into 15th.
Yeah, that was his first flying lap this time out. This is where we want to start looking at the flashes on the rear tyres. Because if they're green, then you can expect to see the lap times coming down. Those are the qualifying tyres. All three Bunsu Honda 600 riders put on their helmets.
It seemed like most of the riders were running not the qualifying tyres. They did about 7 laps on the first stint, so I think now with just under 11 minutes, they will have the qualifying tyres on.
Yeah, there's the pretty much ever smiling Nakarin Atirapuvapat. Literally has always got a smile on his face, and it's genuine. He loves what he does. He's enjoying his racing career, which of course is, you know, he was in the World Championships. Now he's back in Asia and really enjoying himself. Coming out there is the Taiwanese rider, Ying Chang Chi.
I think I just saw the qualifying tyres on the Hondas there, the Bunsu Honda bikes. Yep, see the green there on the tyre wall. So let's see what's going to happen now. The 3 of them coming out together.
Yeah, they're coming out also with Ramdan Rosley. Yeah, there's a green. Not a great outing so far at Chang International for Ramdan Rosley.
Yeah, he seemed okay in the first part of this session, but then just drops down to 13th. He needs to find a little bit more, I think. It's not too far off, but 2.2 seconds from Krichapon.
Yep, and here goes Krichapon. That shot's the tyre warmers come off. We've just missed the colours of the tyre, but you can be pretty sure it's going to be green. You can see the Carabao insignia on his helmet. That's an energy drink here in Thailand. Does a lot of work with Honda Racing Thailand, and it's just interesting to see energy drinks so prominent in motorsport sponsorship these days.
It is. Carabao has made its debut in Malaysia as well.
Oh, really?
So yeah, they're really spreading far, and yeah, it's like you mentioned, energy drinks really have a place in motorsports.
Yeah, there was a big gap, of course, left by tobacco. So here come the 2 Thai Hondas. Well, Krichaporn and Nakarin in order.
Yeah, they do have the green qualifying tires on the rear. But it looks like most of them are running the qualifying tires on the rear, but mediums in the front,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was the new front from Dunlop for this season. Just get another glimpse there of Ying Chang Chi.
Yeah, it seems Dunlop has done really well with that medium option front because everyone seems to love it. We've seen some of the best times come from those tires.
Yeah, they said more stable under braking.
Azroy just getting a bit Helmi just getting a bit out of shape there as he exits, but kept it under control. And here's Andy Farad and Irfan.
Yeah, so two more very formidable contenders coming out there. Andy Farid, of course, championship contender, who will be looking to close that 32-point gap on Helmi Asman. But all three of these Bunsu Honda riders are going to be looking for big improvements too.
It looks like Idan Pawi just had his lap time cancelled for exceeding track limits, and I think Helmi will get one.
Yeah, he will.
As well there. Yeah, you don't want to exceed track limits while you're on qualifying tires. You only have about 3 laps, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, these are good for 3. Better than most actually qualifying tires, but yeah, these ones will do 3 really good laps according to the Dunlop technicians. So Azroy tracking, oh sorry, that's Pawi tracking Helmi, and Azroy just behind them as they come through to turn 12 to complete. I think this is their out lap.
Yeah, for a second I thought there was Azroy making up the rear, but it is Idan Pawi behind Helmi Asman.
So we've got the fastest 6 bikes currently in the 139s. Andy Farid Dihar got the pole position back in March. He took that with a 138.7. So now they've got the qualifying tyres on, that sort of time should come into view.
And there's Krichaporn now as he comes down into the braking zone for turn 3. Not too far behind Krichaporn, I believe that was Nakarin.
Yeah, they came out together, so that should be it. And Karol Idan Pawi gets a lap time cancelled.
Yeah, it's 2 laps in a row for Idan Pawi. So on those tires, you'll have just 1 more lap on the qualifying compound before he starts struggling for grip. So Idan Pawi better stitch up the next one perfectly. For now, it looks like Azroy, he's on a decent lap. He will improve up a few places. Helmi Asman as well, not too bad. Ooh, Krichaporn going really wide there onto the green bit.
Nakarin almost followed him, but kept it on the rumble strip. But they are pushing really, really hard. Everything at stake now. There are several riders capable of taking pole position here. This is a fantastic quality field.
Ooh. Yeah, that's right, he's just set at 139, so he's the 7th rider to set at 139. Idan Pawi's time wouldn't have counted neither. Oh, you know, Helmi did make it a run, but it was a 140.3, so the championship leader really needs to find a few more places now.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily need a win this time around, but it does need some good finishes. Azroy's backed right off there.
Oh, it looks like an issue with his bike, I think.
Yeah.
Helmi's as well, he's just backed off this lap, so yeah, looks like Bunsu Honda is not going to be in a great position for qualifying. They'll be starting somewhere mid-pack on the grid.
Yeah, I think Azroy was maybe he has got a problem. I'm not sure whether he was just upset about making a mistake, but anyway, the two amigos are running off wide there, so not sure what's going on.
Yeah, and just get confirmation there because Idan Pawi and Helmi, they were following Azroy, and both have lap times cancelled for exceeding track limits. And speaking of exceeding track limits, Krichaporn there again at the double right-hander.
Right.
And it's interesting, they're all on qualifying tires, but no one's really making any movements. Andy Farred's on a decent lap.
Yeah, I've been watching and watching, expecting Critchapon to either go better at the top or somebody to replace him, but he still sits there just ahead of Ratapong and Andy Farid. But another lap to be completed now.
And that's interesting. It looks like the two Bunzi Hondas of Azroy and Helmi, they've gone back towards pit lane, but Idam Pawi is on his 4th lap on these tires, and he's going to try and follow behind Critchapon and Nakarin, which I think is the right choice, the right decision. They are two of some of the fastest riders on track.
Yeah, the Dunlop technicians are quite proud of these. And we've got
That's
down there.
Shannon Inter, I think.
Yeah, that is Shannon. Yeah, he's down. Unfortunate for him. He was sitting on a best time of 1:42.3, 17th. That is his qualifying session done. As we come back with Andy Farid Izdihar with just 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. He's coming in to complete another lap on qualifying tyres. Lofts the front wheel as he comes across. That's a 1:39.2. That lifts him up into provisional 2nd place on the grid. As we see Chip Nakarin and Tirapuvapat has had a lap time cancelled for exceeding track limits. So a lot of that going on. Karolidin Pawi stays out. But Critchapon Kausonti still sitting at the top with less than 2 minutes remaining. The number 98 bike you saw go through there was the 2019 champion Pirapong Boonlert. Here he is, what can he do? He's sitting in 9th position with a best time of 1:40.2. Ratapong Willarot doing rather better, provisionally on the outside of the front row with a 1:39.297, but he's going to be pushing these qualifying tyres now. As they come through the final sector, the time to watch will be that of Ratapong Willarot on your screen now. He's coming up behind Ibrahim Noruddin. Ibrahim currently in 7th position. Ratapong comes through nice and clean. Best time 1:38.828 for Ratapong Willarot. He goes into provisional pole with just 1 minute until the checkered flag comes out. That means he will get one more lap. Andy Farid Izdihar is behind him. But Ratapong, while I get my breath, had that time cancelled. He looked neat. I didn't see him go off track, but he did have that time cancelled. He may not know that. Let's look at his sector times to see how he's approaching it. The first sector was a quick one. So Ratapong still has a chance. He's still behind Ibrahim Noruddin. Ibrahim didn't improve his position. Still P7. And I don't think this is going to be a quick one for Ratapong. Nakarin, Tirapuvapat. Another rider who had a fast lap on qualifying tyres cancelled. Helmi Asman goes through. 140, just about a 140 dead. Checkered flag out now. So that is it. I think he crossed the finish line, yeah, after the checkered flag. Helmi Asman finished and in 10th. And lap time cancelled for bike number 36. That's Ferozi Torakatula. So plenty of action here. Here is Ratapong. Kanatat Jaiman, another rider to have a lap time cancelled. Okay, so back in the Honda Racing Thailand pit, Critchapon on a time he put in very early in the session, 1:39.094, is confirmed on pole position. As rider coach Ratapong Willarot looks on, along with the team manager. It's Critchapon Kausonti, his first pole position of the season. This is on the second straight. That's the practice start board, just by the practice start board. Everybody lining up there. So 2 Thais, 1 Indonesian on the first row. I think that's Ratapong lining up alongside Ibrahim Noruddin, who brought himself up onto the second row. Let's just confirm those results. P1 for Krichapong Kausonti with 139.094, 2 tenths behind him. Andy Farid Izdihar, and in P3 Ratapong Willarot. P4 leading the second row, Nakarin Atirapuva Pat. 5th Irfan Ardiansya. 6th Ibrahim Noruddin. 7th Karolidin Pawi. His teammate next to him, Azroy Hakim Anwar, in P8 for Bunsu Honda. And in P9, Galang Hendra Pratama for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. 10th, championship leader Helmi Asman. 11th, 2019 champion Pirapong Boonlert, here is a wildcard. 12th, another Thai wildcard, Kanatat Jaiman. 13th, Ramdan Rosley. 14th, Kritapat Kankiao. Kum, I beg his pardon. 15th, Ferozi Torakatula. 16th, Kito Abe. And rounding off, Shannon Intar, who's come in as a replacement rider for Kurt Kiao Kondanai, and Ying Chi Chang from Thailand, completing the grid in 18th position. And so here was the session. We're focusing on Krichapong Kausonti, who early in the session did set the time that would eventually become pole position. Here he is running around together with his teammate Nakarin. These two fast all the way through the session. And I think this was where he set his fast time. But we also saw really good times from a really good performance early in the session from Ferozi Torakatula, although he did fade. But here was Ratapong Willarot, who was fast all the way through free practice yesterday, and fast led the session at one point today. Good performance from him, expect great things from him, and we always expect and usually see great things from this rider, Andy Farid Izdihar. Again, quick all the way through the session. He didn't take pole position as he did last time here at Chang International, but he would end up in P2. Back with the 2 Thais. Krichapong, number 35, Nakarin, number 41. Chip Nakarin, as you can see, the green flashes on the tyres, on the qualifying tyres. They pushed and pushed. There were too many mistakes, too many riders went wide and lost some fast laps, most notably Ratapong. So it is Krichapong, Andy Farid and Ratapong Willarot on the front row. We'll be going to a break, and then we'll be back to talk to Krichapong Kausonti with Daniel.
So we're down here with Krichapong Kausonti with an amazing qualifying time of 139.094. It's been an amazing performance from you in the Honda Racing Thailand. Do you have any words of how this weekend has been for you guys?
Yeah, in the yesterday and the practice, I not good settings do the bike, and today in the morning in the qualify I did well in the qualifying round, but I have to the confidence in the bike, in the tag, in the tire, and in the last one I think I hope to the first position and first qualify in the first position in the qualify, and I want to the podium. Yeah, thank you.
And quick question, the weather in Buriram so far has been rainy in the evenings. Are you hoping for a wet or a dry race?
Lenny?
Yeah, are you hoping for wet or dry?
In the Lenny, not so bad. Yes. Yeah, in the Malaysia, in the Lenny, I did well. And in the Chang International circuit, in the so yeah.
Thank you so much, and good luck for the race later.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Chang International Circuit. We're here in Saturday morning. That means qualifying for round 5 and the final round of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And we have a treat for you now over the next 25 minutes because we have the Superpole shootout for the Underbone 150 class. Why do we have a Superpole shootout for these guys? It's because slipstreaming is so important for lap times to these guys that the idea of Superpole is to isolate each bike so we just get the performance of the machine and the rider. And the way this works is they do a qualifying session, which they did early this morning. The top 15 riders go through, and then they go out 5 riders at a time, starting with the rider who qualified in 15th. So the first 5, 15th, 14th, 13th, 12th and 11th go out at 20-second intervals to keep them apart. So they do a lap on their own. So as the 3 groups of 5 go out, we just see the first 15 grid positions developing. Going out there, number 410, that's Pascon, I beg his pardon, Passons, who is in for team 1 for all. And another wildcard who did really well through a kick, Boapa, number 555. Normally on that Cardinals machine we see number 55 for Ayman Tyruddin, but he's not fit, unfortunately, this weekend. So they added a 5, which is a lucky number in Thailand, because it means laughing, ha ha ha. And so he's doing a really good job as a replacement rider. Very well regarded, as we've been hearing in Thailand too. But the rider who qualified 15th was Dimas Juliat-Moko, who has been very, very quick in many races this season. He hasn't put the results together as he might like, but he's the first rider out. And behind him, 20 seconds behind, April King Moscardo. Oh, Dimas Julie.
Oh dear.
Is that Zaidi? Problem on his outlap. So, the championship challenger is that Zaidi, who comes in just behind Wayuaji Triliksana on the points table, is not able to do his Superpole lap, which probably means he's going to end up starting in 15th.
Yeah, that's a heartbreak there for Izzat Zaidi. But for now, we're looking at Dimas Julie.
Yeah, Dimas Julio, I did some research a couple of rounds ago, and he frequently puts in the fastest lap of the fastest race laps, but doesn't quite get the finishing positions together yet. But here he is, he made the cut.
Yeah, without the factor slipstream, it's an opportunity for these riders to really strut the stuff and try and see what they can do without the factor.
Yeah, so you can really see the quality of the riders, so hopefully we'll see that in Dimas Julie. We're not going to see it, sadly, with Izzat Zaidi, but April King Moscardo on your screen now.
Quite a bit of chatter there from the front of his bike, but he's done really good through sector 1.
Yeah, and he is a rider I would expect to jump up the order just because he is such a good quality rider. So Dimas Julie's through, and he's at a time of 207.861. So that's the marker. He's on provisional pole, but he's the only rider to have completed a lap. But very shortly, April King will come through to add some more data in, and there is Pascon San Luang, number 410 for team 1 for all, as we stay for a moment there with April King as he comes up to complete his Superpole lap, looking nice and clean as he goes across the rumble strip, and his time 2:03, so that puts April King, that's a very decent Superpole lap, puts him in provisional pole position.
That's a great time from the Filipino rider, a 2:03.443. That's going to be tough to beat for anyone else coming up after this, but for now, here's Pascon San Luang, and then Turakish Boapa. So Boapa, he's on an okay lap. It looks like he's going to fit somewhere in the 2:05s, I think.
Yeah, here he comes. We're soon going to find out.
That's Pascon now. He comes
Pascon
across.
coming through. Yep.
2:05. So April's time is looking really good for now. He was going much wider than the other riders, and I think maybe that allowed him to carry a bit more corner speed.
Yeah.
For now, here's Boapa.
See what he can do. We know he's on a fast machine from Cardinals Racing Team.
Yeah, 2:05.6 as well for Boapa. He just pushes Pascon San Luang down a position into 3rd.
But that's a good performance at the front there, as you said, Daniel, from April King, and as we were saying, we would expect him, given the experience and the quality of him as a rider, when he's just isolated on track, just him and the bike, to put in a good effort. It's undoubtedly a very disappointed Izzat Zaidi. But in this class, starting from 15th is not the end of the world.
So this is April King now, just making his way back to pit lane. What a lap time that is from him, 2:03.443.
Yeah, and so we'll be looking at the next riders to come out very shortly. It will be the next 5 qualifiers. They should be at pit exit any time now.
Yeah, they can see the marshal just getting ready for the next flow of riders.
Yeah, there they go. A little bit of a delay there, but here are the next riders coming out. Shafiq Rosley, the rider going out there, number 27. There is Pirapong Boonlet. Oh, sorry, Pirapong Lui Bumpeng. Too many Pirapongs. But very different characters. Although been racing together off and on for many years. These guys.
There's Shafiq Rosley there getting ready at the pit exit. It's going to get really interesting.
Just hold them while they wait for 20 seconds to elapse after the last rider has gone. And Shafiq goes out. Hafid Pradamatic is the next rider, number 42. Is that Zaidi? Just maybe an error on the timing screen now as we look at another very fast rider and potential race winner, Hafisa Rofa, the Malaysian, riding for one of 3.
Oh dear.
Oh, what?
I think his bike has stalled at pit exit there. So there we go. I think, oh no, it still hasn't got it started, I think. Or did he? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that was an unwelcome extra shot of adrenaline there.
Yeah, just before Hafiza came out, I think that was Giancarlo Marusio who's gone out. Another rider who's been pretty decent throughout the practice sessions. So now looking at Pirapong Lui Bumpeng.
So he'll be the first rider in this batch to do a flying lap. This is his home circuit. He's a very quick rider. There's April King still sitting at the top. He's going to not be taking his eyes off the timing screen, that's for sure, for the next 15 minutes or so. Pirapong comes through to complete his out lap. So now he pins it.
Yeah, here's Pirapong now. April King was got his time there on the bottom left, on the bottom right of your screen at 2:03.443. That's the benchmark. All these riders who just came out, ooh, a bit wild there. Pirapong's bike. Yeah. All these riders will have seen April King's time, and they'll know that that's the benchmark for now.
Yeah, and Pirapong, another one of these riders, lots of experience on underbones and really quick. Race wins, podiums. He's another one. Put him on his own on a bike, on a circuit he knows well. He is capable of moving above April King.
Here's Hafid Prathamaditya. Came right after Shafiq Rosley just now, so he'll be on his flying lap now. Pirapong Lui Bumpeng, not bad at all. I think it's just near April King Moscato's first sector time. Not quite as fast, but Still a decent lap. Should be a 2:03 or 2:04 for Pierpont Lui Peng if he stitches this up nicely.
Yeah, nicely through the really fast section and now into the more technical part of the track from turn 5 onwards. Tucked in nicely. Perfectly built for underbones, Pierpont.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at all the 3 timings at the bottom of your screens there. One time that we're not looking at is Hafiz Arofa. He's just come across to start.
Good sector 2 for Pierpont.
Oh, yeah, definitely. This is going to be a good lap for Pierpont. Looking down, Shafiq Rosli behind him is not on a... It's on a decent lap, but it's not good enough. Hafiz Arofa just gone fastest through sector 1. So this gets really interesting now.
Yeah, this really is. If you are an underbone nerd like we are, you absolutely love Superpole. So let's see what Pierpont Lui Peng can do. He crosses the line. Ooh. Oh, just behind the time of April King Moscado. April King takes a breath.
Yeah, he's going to be a bit relieved now.
A few babs. Here comes Shafiq.
Yeah, Shafiq didn't stitch up the best of laps, 2:05. Against Hafid Pratamaditya, he's on a decent lap as well. Less, not so wide on the exit there for Hafid, but it worked well for him. A 2:03.578, just 0.135 seconds behind April King. And here comes Giancarlo.
Hafiz Arofa, another, let's just watch him come across. Oh, decent time. No cigar, but here comes Hafiz Arofa, who has done quick 2 sectors. Let's see how he was in this sector.
Looks like a good exit there for Hafiza. It comes across. It looks like it might just do it. It does. A 2:03.364 for Hafiz Arofa, and he goes up on top for Superpole. And April King
April King realizing the camera was on him.
Yeah.
Impassive. But there are 5 more riders to come after this batch finish.
Yeah, so Gubita Cresta, Nazrul Izad, Wahiaji, Amafazi Sham, and Ahmad Afif Amran still to come out.
So some very big, very fast names yet to come, but for now, Hafiz Arofa, fast rider, race winner at this level on provisional pole. Superpole winning time last time was 2:02.5. So it's possible we could see more reductions.
There we're getting a good look at the graphic there, right above the grid start. Beautiful LED board.
Yeah, the Superpole really stands out amazingly.
Credits again to the graphic department for doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to the circuit for adding this. It's a beautiful addition.
Yep, there's going to be plenty of other race series looking at this with green eyes. It really is a good job. You can see a little bit of breeze out on the circuits, the flags fluttering there. We've got 9 minutes and another 5 riders to get through. And these were the 5 fastest in the qualifying session early this morning. We can hear the growl of the last 5 as they come into the pits. And here comes Afif Amran, who will be the first of this fast 5 to start his outlap. There he goes.
I think it's a new suit for Afif as well. Uncharacteristically without any logos on the suit.
Okay, so plenty of space there for sponsors. And behind him comes perennial favourite Ahmad Fazli Sham. Great to see him back here after he missed round 1 with COVID, and championship leader waiting to start 3rd of this group, Wayuaji Trilaksana.
Wayuaji is going to have his eyes wide open to try and find a way. He knows what the timing is now. The 2:03s are the benchmark before Hafiza Rofa and April King Mascardo. There's Hafiza there. The last to come out, Gupita Kresna. He was the fastest in qualifying at 2:02.34.
Yeah, clever riding in qualifying by Gupita Krishna. And he was the fastest qualifier in March too. But let's see what he does on his own. We almost never see the fastest rider from qualifying take pole position because of this intriguing competition, shootout competition of Superpole. There is Nazrul Izzat.
You know, there's Nazrul Izzat trying to make his way around Wayuaji as well. Just popping up in the frame there. I don't think anyone has started their flying laps yet. I think there's Afif.
Afif will be the first rider to do that in just a few seconds from now. Good shot there of him.
There's April King and Hafiza.
Yeah.
First and second.
And there he goes. There goes Afif Amran.
Oh, what a timing for that graphic to transform in that shot. But here's Afif. Calm and composed rider is Afif. Just took the domestic champion in the Underbone series in Malaysia.
Yeah, that was the senior level.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it was a hat-trick of championship titles for him at in the Premier class for the Underbone category there. So he'll be well motivated to try and get more silverware here at Buriram.
Yeah, he's got the vaguest mathematical chance of taking a championship here, but he would need DNFs from Wayuaji and Izzat in order to achieve that.
Definitely. I think his best target is just try and see whether he can win and just walk away with at least a nice podium.
Yeah, well, if he repeated his the magic trick he did last time out here, by winning by 3 seconds, that would be something never to forget.
For now, we follow Afif as he goes from turn 4 into turn 5. Double left before it's a flick to the right. It's a double right-hander coming up right after this one. For now, Mafazi Sham.
Yeah, he's within reach, looking at his sector times.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're quick, but nowhere near as quick as Hafiza Rofa and April King on their laps. And through sector 2, Mafazi Sham decent, and so is Afif, but still looks like Mafazi Sham will be somewhere in the top 5, but Afif is uncertainty at this point.
Yeah, Wayuaji and Nazrul also decent.
Yeah, off the riders on track right now. Nazrul Izzat, he's the fastest through sector 1. So for now, here comes Afif. Comes across, takes the checker flag at 2:04.937, so he goes 6th.
And Ahmad Fazli Sham comes through to complete, and what have we got?
Pushes Afif down a position into 7th, and Fazli Sham, he goes 6th. And here's the championship leader now, Wayuaji. Looking at his sector times, it looks decent. He should be going into the top 5, but nothing to threaten Hafiza or April King. Comes across now, Wayuaji, 3rd fastest, 2:03.7. But we still have Gupita Crest now. Where is he now? Here he comes. Nazrul Izzat, he's gone 3rd, so he's pushed Wayuaji down.
Yeah, well, Wayuaji, I'm not sure, I'm totally confident in this timing screen here.
Gupita's fallen. So Gupita is out of this at section 1, so he was already 35 seconds, so it was really slow. And Gupita, he's gone off somewhere, so what's happened to Gupita?
So that's 2 riders not completing their Superpole lap. So smiles for Hafisa Rofa. Marisa Rofa, race winner at Sepang, and there's the sorry sight of the fastest man in this morning's qualifying session, Gupita Krishna, getting a push back to pit lane after a breakdown on that lap. But that's a happy smile. Team 1XOX TKKR are so strong in this category, with Wayuaji Trilaksana, with Hafisa Rofa, and with Ahmad Fazli Sham. Ahmad Fazli Sham was 8th. He's got his bike going again, it seems. Gupita Krishna. And I think we're going to have a look at the results there. So here are the Underbone 150 Superpole results confirmed. Starting from pole this afternoon will be Hafisa Rofa. 2nd, April King Moscado. 3rd, Nazrul Izzat Bahuddin. 4th, Hafid Pradamatitya. 5th, Pirapong Lui Bumpeng. 6th, Wayuaji Trilaksana, the championship leader. And 7th, Giancarlo Maurizio for Uma Racing. Ahmad Fazli Sham, Team 1XOX TKKR in 8th place. And turning the page, we're just going to, as we finish these results, we're just going to go down to Daniel, who's with Hafisa Rofa in Parc Fermé.
So we're down here at the Parc Fermé for the Underbone 150 Superpole with none other than Hafisa Rofa. Hafisa, what a brilliant lap that was. Can you give us a few comments on how difficult Superpole must be for a track as long as this one?
Superpole for me little bit struggle because I make little mistake, and today condition so windy. I guess I on top 5, but actually I on pole position, and I hope I can do better in race 1, and I will coming for podium.
Thank you so much, Hafisa. Good luck for the race coming up.
Welcome back to Chang International Circuit. Today is Saturday, and that means it's race day. We're here for the 5th and final round of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And yes, Saturday is race day. Saturday morning is all about qualifying, and the bikes coming out on track, as you can no doubt hear, for this qualifying session. It's the ASB1000, the Superbike class, coming out on track for a 40-minute session. We saw some terrific performances up and down the field yesterday. The big story though for this is in terms of the championship, while we wait for the riders to get a few laps in and get up to speed, the first thing to say is that championship leader Haruki Noguchi is not here, unfortunately, because of an accident, a pretty horrific accident he was involved in Suzuka 2 weeks ago. So he's injured and not here. He's been replaced by Ikehiro Enokido, more of which later. But he will not be here to defend his championship lead. As it stands now, he is 19 points clear of Zakwan Zaidi, and Zakwan Zaidi is here at his favourite circuit in the whole wide world. And just getting onto his bike there is it's easy to forget he's a rookie in this class, but Kazma Mayudin,
He doesn't ride like a rookie, does he?
he doesn't ride like a rookie at all. He's really come strong in the last well, really from round 2 onwards.
I do love that little ceremony, shall we say it, or tradition that he has on with his bike tank.
Right, I was watching that, though I hadn't observed it before.
Yeah, he's done it every time before he's come out. It's always interesting. Quite the character.
Yeah, so Zakwan, as you can see, getting his elbow pretty much down. So he's getting onto it, getting onto the job in hand very quickly in this 40-minute session. Plenty of time. So it'll be good also to observe the pace of these riders as well. So Zakwan sitting, as I said, 19 points behind the absent Haruki Noguchi here. And he is 20 points ahead of Kazma Daniel. So Kazma does have a chance, mathematically. And so does Anupab Samoon, who is also on 115 points. So the championship officially is between those 4, 3 of whom are here.
Yeah, and in practice as well, Anupab was really strong. He was fastest overall, clocking 136.4 in free practice 2.
Yeah, and times to look for here, they are of course just getting warmed up, but we can expect to see the times tumbling perhaps a second from where they are now. Fastest lap so far has been by the Yamaha rider Apiwat Wongtananon, 137. Kazma, was that another little ritual, Daniel?
No, I think his tear-off was disturbing him. Oh dear, who is this? Is that? I think it's one of the Yamahas.
Yeah, that's oh, that's one of the
Anusha,
wild cards.
yeah.
Oh, it's Anusha, yeah, one of the wild cards. But a rider who knows his way around here very well. Let's just take a look. Looks like going to be a tuck, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he just lost the front there as he was going into turn 5.
That's it. Elbow down for Anusha Lakcharonsi. Unfortunate for him. Past Thai champion, big hero in this neck of the woods, and we've seen him on several occasions in ARRC, from 250s up to superbikes. The current riders for the official Yamaha team from Thailand, though, we're just on our screen there, Anupab Samoon and Apiwat Wongtananon. Both quick yesterday.
Zakan Zaidi just clocked actually a really good time as well at 136.3. And he's going even faster in this lap.
Yeah, and that's less than 5 minutes into this qualifying session. That's a declaration if ever there was one. But here, running reassuringly in tandem, because we like to see them doing this, is Apiwat just moving ahead of his teammate, and Anupab Samoon going through the fast and furious turn 4.
Happy what there, just running off onto the green part there. So this lap won't count for him. Kasma's just come across in 5th, 137.3.
Yeah, pushing really hard. I think that was Aslan Shah just I think that was Aslan Shah just behind him. Saw the red on the helmet. Aslan came out later in the sessions yesterday, looking a lot more like his old self. Got onboard camera there being carried for us by Apiwat Wongtananon, who's coming through into turn 12.
Interesting, we have a warning towards Suhatai Chamsup. Needs to report to race control later on, so no idea what that's about.
Well, Suhatai Chamsup is a beast of a rider. We've seen him in here in 250s, I think in 600s. He featured, it might have been in Underbones in 2014, and the first ever international race was ARRC here at Chang International. So vastly experienced rider, and he's got quite a long charge sheet as well. I mean, I can say this because we are friends, but yeah, I refer to him as the Beast. But he's one of these guys you can put him on anything and he will just ride the wheels off it and make it go fast.
Yeah, you just saw there Ikuhiro, who's actually not doing too bad at all. 136.958. Just coasting on the outside of the track.
Yeah, and that is Zakwan using his elbows.
Kasma's just gone 3rd fastest at 136.699.
36.3. Pole time last time was 135.3. That, of course, is on qualifying tyres. What are we looking at here?
I see smoke coming down,
from... Yeah, it wasn't from him, was it? That is...
I think that's it's definitely one of the Yamahas, I think.
It's definitely Yamaha, but I can't see which one. I don't think it's one of the official ones.
I think it might be one of the wild cards.
But the rider's coming in, and there is one of the fast riders, much fancied today, Pasawit Titiwararak, who was really impressive yesterday. He's just pushed it a bit too hard, and that's looking like quite a big spill into the gravel there, and quite a bit of work to do to that bike. Zakwan's coming in. Just trying to look out on the circuit to see if there are any oil flags being shown, because some of the riders were signalling. Not sure what that was about. But anyway, here's the fastest man so far with an impressive early lap of 136.3.
Yeah, Zakwan there just giving quite a debrief with his team. I think it looks like he's struggling for grip from the hand signs. For now, yeah, that's big worries for Pasawit. Kasma has just gone fastest, so 136.188.
Yeah, he finished down the order to where we've become used to seeing Kasma. First time out here in March. Those were his worst results of the season, but he's really become a bona fide superbike rider since then. And there on your screen is Yuki Ito riding with a broken left leg, lower left leg. And hero that he is, it's not the first time we've seen him riding with broken limbs. He seemed to manage his time on his track time quite sensibly yesterday, putting in some fast times. Apiwat Wongtananon trying to carve up inside him. Just looking there, Apiwat's running mediums. Yuki Ito, who's not giving up on the cause at all. He's got a soft rear, I think, Yuki, yeah.
Oh.
Is that necessary?
Yeah,
10 minutes into qualifying.
oil spilled
Oil
on
spill,
track at
yeah.
turn 8, so that's just been confirmed.
Yeah, I thought it was perhaps that.
But my word, that was close between AP1 and Yuki. Yuki just managing to get out of that. Could have been a really ugly situation.
Yeah, I'm not sure what all that was about, really. Looked unnecessary.
Yeah, probably not the right part of the track to go off from. But in any case, here's Kasma, Daniel. Right now, he is the fastest rider on track, 136.188.
So there is an oil spill, but there's no red flag, so it must be offline somewhere.
Yeah, seems like it, because if it was on the racing line, definitely we'd see a red flag. But for now, everything is proceeding as usual.
Yeah, so looking down here, that is Kasma taking a seat. Who took the top spot from Zakwan provisionally. AP1, who we saw in that little altercation with Yuki Ito a few minutes ago, currently in P3. There's Adam Noradin in the 1XOX TKKR pit, the BMW rider. Promising early start perhaps, 137.4 for Adam.
Yeah, it's looking much better than what he was doing yesterday. He was in the 138s.
So the ticker telling us about the oil spill has disappeared. So hopefully that's good news. As we look here at Ikehiro Enokido, Haruki Noguchi's replacement, the championship leader. So what is he going to be able to do to defend his teammates' championship lead and spoil the attack that will be coming absolutely guaranteed from Zakwan Zaidi? Number 31 coming out now. First view of him in this qualifying session is Zakwan's teammate for Honda Asia Dream Racing by Showa, Geri Salem. Yuki Ito on it. Despite that that broken leg, it's quite painful watching him get onto the bike off his crutches. And we're just looking, perhaps that had something to do with that altercation with Yuki Ito, that AP1 had his lap time cancelled for lap 7, so I don't know. Handbags. But Yuki on his own.
He's improving on this lap as well, so he could be pushed up a couple of positions.
Yeah, Yuki's come strong later in the season. He did look a little out of sorts first time in the first round here. Took a little time to get into it, but it's great to see him coming back to the front. He is riding injured this weekend, so I'm not sure what he will be able to do over race distance. And here's the 2019 champion coming into the pits. Aslan Shah Kamaruzzaman just a little behind, a tenth or so behind Adam Noradin, his teammate. BMW has been a real handful to try to sort out for the team this year. And so we haven't seen too many flashes of light from them. Two podiums from Adam and a promising run in race 2 at Sugo for Aslan is about the sum of the highlights from those two riders, and we know they're both capable of that, so it's been frustrating. Yuki Ito now, Zakwan on another outlap. Aslan taking a break. Not too much being debriefed yet there. Stay with Zakwan, who's out on track at the moment.
Yeah, it seems Zakwan Paswitz, I'd imagine his team are working on the bike currently. Yuki Ito, Geri Salim, Yusuke and Hideyuki, they're all out on track. Zakwan riding beautifully as usual.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of work to do on the Honda of Pasowit. Hopefully most of it was superficial.
Yeah, as long as most of it's cosmetic, they should be able to get him out, because Paswit has been brilliant all throughout the weekend. It'll be a shame for him not to give another charge in qualifying.
Yeah, were it not for Casper Daniel, you would say he's had a stunning rookie season, Pasowit. And Zakwan comes across the line again. Front wheel pouring the air to put in another okay pace lap. It was the 137 that time around. But he's getting some good laps in.
Zakwan there, a bit of a wobble as he goes down this long straight into turn 3. Really hard braking zone. And you have to choose your right line correctly to get the nice exit out of there.
Yeah, the rear of that Honda often looks light under hard acceleration.
Ooh, that was interesting. I saw the qualifying tires already on one bike.
Yeah, that is early with 23 minutes remaining. So that is Apiwat talking there with one of the, well, the technical expert and rider coach there. That's Wichi Wee. Busy man in the paddock, not only working with Yamaha Thailand, but also running his own underbone team, Team One for All. Back with Zakwan. Currently second, just a tenth or so slower than Casper Daniel. No more signs of that oil spill we heard about earlier. And no sign of it according to lap times. We've got 6 riders in the 136s, and one of them is Haruki Noguchi's replacement, Ikehiro Enokido, on the number 71 SDG machine.
If it has Zakwan again, another 136 mid for him. Not too bad. It looks like, I think, they're just testing another tire compound just to get the race pace sorted. It doesn't look like he's really pushing for a qualifying time on this set of tires.
Yeah, just a little glimpse here of one of the wildcards. That's Hideyuki Okada riding on the Victor Racing Yamaha R1. I'm not sure if he's had any experience here before. I think he hasn't.
Yeah,
So, yeah, the Thai Yamaha twins, as our colleague Des Corkill likes to call them, sitting this out. Kazma having a think with a just catching the camera in his peripheral vision, and that's it. He's lost it.
Can't wait to see more Kazma in this category, because in his debut season he's just been so spectacular. You can see now he's fastest in his qualifying at this juncture. There's still 21 minutes left.
Lots of time left. It's a good shot there, the fairly tall figure of Apiwat Wongtananon.
Yeah, he looks a bit puzzled there. He's waiting for time to tick down. Yeah, I guess at this point for the riders and teams, the only option you have is to either just wait until the time runs to the last 10 minutes, go out on the qualifying tires, put in a fast lap, or just test another compound, find the race pace, and then come back and then go on qualifying tires.
Yeah, and as you were saying that, I just noticed Gary Salim with a hard front and a soft rear.
Yeah. It's an option we saw that I think the likes of Kasma and Azlan Shah liked previously in previous rounds.
Yeah, we do have qualifying tyres, as we were saying, though. Those will be the ones with the green flashes that you see. There is the injured Yuki Ito. In fact, he was injured in the same crash as Haruki Noguchi, but less seriously. No sign from Pasowit's pit. We haven't had a look in there.
Yeah, it's Gary Salim going really on the limits there. Keeping it nice and tidy. Still running in 10th though, 137.780.
Yep, debut season. Another debut season for Zakwan's teammate in the Honda Asia Dream Racing team. And then going through there is the SDG Honda We've got used to seeing that this season, but not in the hands of Ikehiro Enokido.
So he's doing a great job in 6th.
Yeah, superb work from him. First ride at Chang International Circuit for him. Regular rider in ASB1000, the All Japan Series, the top superbike class, because they run stock classes as well as superbikes.
Yeah, it's funny because before we got the news that he would be replacing Haruki, I was just looking at SGG's page and I realized that, yeah, they're doing pretty well in JSB, and Ikehiro is one of the riders who is with them. And I always wondered, they've done so well with Haruki, how good is Ikehiro? And this week we get to see him and he's just been spectacular.
Yeah, impressive. He's definitely so far done the job that he's out to do. It'll be good to see him racing, because we know how hard they race in Japan.
Yeah, and just a shake of the head there from Ikehiro, even though he's in a decent position, but I guess he's got that Haruki mentality as well. If it's not first, it's last.
Yeah, something like that. You know, dwelling on Haruki for a moment, I remember interviewing him after he finished 3rd in his first ever race, and he was crestfallen. He was gutted that he hadn't won. First time on a superbike at this level, and he was just so disappointed that he hadn't won.
Even in Sepang, before he took his first victory in round 2, when he finished 2nd, I thought he must be ecstatic about this result. He must be, you know, filled with joy. In an interview, he just looked disappointed in himself, and only when he got the first victory, I saw him smiling, and he was actually genuinely happy.
Yeah, that's definitely right. Great character, and if you're watching, Haruki, we miss you, and we're looking forward to seeing you back in action next year.
And there's Azan Shah. Behind him is Apiwat. Anupam should be somewhere behind these two.
He should be. They came out together, so... not quite sure, and yeah, a little excursion there for Apiwat.
Oh, Azan Shah's on the qualifying tyres already, so that's early.
Yeah, perhaps he's going to make the best of it and call it a day.
He's got the qualifying on the rear and the hard option on the front.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. So quite early on for qualifying tyres, but maybe they would think that the conditions are fair now, so it might be the best time to go out on the qualifying compound.
Yeah, another lap cancellation then for Apiwat. That won't matter because he took a long trip through the car park. It seems to be automatic how they're issuing these notices, because it was issued when Azroy crashed in the Supersport qualifying session. The robots are taking over, my friend.
Yeah, they might take over us soon as well.
Yeah, they've got some good AI voices coming through now.
But for now, at least we know that robots won't be taking over racing, and we have some amazing riders and characters out on track.
Yeah, and here's one of them, Apiwat, who will be tidying up his act without a doubt. He is a pretty neat rider. He knows this track like the back of his hand. He regards it as his own, so when people do get in his way, he always looks particularly upset. Little waiting game there, as you indicated. Perhaps it might be there, Daniel, for Kazma.
Yeah, I think a lot of the riders who are still in the pits right now, they're just waiting for that final 10 minutes, get on the qualifying tyres, try the best they can. Because right now the only one that I believe is still out on qualifying tyres, that just came out on qualifying tyres, is Azan Shah. And you can see now his first 2 sectors are looking good.
Yeah, he's giving that BMW a good push. And good to see what he can do. Get himself up the order, currently in P8, just behind his teammate Adam Noureddin, who's currently in the pits. But Aslan doing his own thing.
Anupam's on a really good lap as well. He's gone faster through sector 1 and sector 2. Not the fastest, but he should be pushing himself up a couple of positions. And there goes Azan Shah up into 4th at 1:36.668.
Yeah, nice work. That's what we like to see from the veteran Malaysian.
Anupam's just gone 4th now. He's just pushed Azan Shah down a position. 136.650 from Anupam. I'm curious to see, I didn't notice, and I don't think it is, but whether or not Yamaha Thailand are running the qualifying tyres already.
No, I couldn't see either.
It didn't look like it. It looked like
I don't think they are.
yeah. Now here's Azan Shah. First sector for him, not that great.
With less than 15 minutes remaining, Pasowit, one of the stars of free practice yesterday, still not out on track after that crash early in this session. So he's sitting provisionally in 6th.
Yeah, I'd like to see if we can get a camera to Pasowit's pit box, and so just we can gauge whether he will make it out for another session, for another run or not. So it'd be really a shame if Pasowit doesn't get another go.
Definitely, he was looking good for a front row start. I always say this, but if you want to put your money on somebody who's going to start from the front row, it's Apiwat. He's currently provisionally in 3rd, with 136.6. Aslan really pushing it now as he comes up to complete another lap on that qualifying rear tyre. What's he going to do this time? Not quite so much, but another very good lap. 136.9.
Anupam would just be coming across right about now. Oh, okay, Anupam has gone back into the pit. And so is Apiwat. So I'm guessing, it's a guessing game, but I'm guessing Anupam and Apiwat will be changing to the qualifying compound.
Yeah, with 13 minutes remaining, I think that's a good bet. I think Aslan Shah's thinking he's probably got the best out of that qualifying tyre.
I think he's also probably realized that he is literally the only rider out on track right now. With Hideyuki just coming out on this lap itself. So I think Azan, he's done maybe 2 hot laps on these tyres, so he might just be able to squeeze 1 more lap. And he'll have to try and make the best of the qualifying compound while he still has it.
Yeah, that leaves with Aslan moving up. That pushes Ikehiro and Aikido for SDG down to 7th. But he hasn't finished his morning's work yet.
Yeah, for now here's Azan Shah. We're following him. This won't be a good lap. He slowed down at turn 3 to look around. So I think he'll be starting a fresh lap right about now as he comes to the last turn.
Yeah, perhaps he's going to dig one more lap out of this rear qualifier.
And here comes Yuki Ito again on the crutches. Such a heroic ride.
He took a podium in Suzuka with a broken leg in 2019. Awesome guy.
I'm not too sure, but it doesn't look like he's got qualifying tires on the rear. Not sure if it's just being blocked. Oh no, it does.
They've still got the tyre warmer on, I think. Oh no, it's off.
Oh, it is qualifying tires. Yeah, there we go.
Qualifier, yeah. Yuki needs to take care with how much time he spends on track with that injury, with the race coming up this afternoon.
Yeah.
Ikehiro leaving pit lane there. He will certainly have a qualifying tyre on, though we can't see it just yet.
Yeah, here comes Yuki. It's not too bad with timing wise, 137.7. So with qualifying tires, he might be able to find a couple of more tenths, and hopefully we'll see him fighting it out in the top group.
Yeah, Zach Kwan in the pit, quiet for a while. But he looks pretty much ready to jump on board again.
Yeah, for now, so far out on track, we have Azan Shah, Hikuhiro, Yuki Ito, both of them we just saw come out. Suhatai Jamsuk, he's coming out as well. So the rest of the team's leaving it late.
Yeah, they are leaving a little late, so the last 10 minutes is definitely going to be business time.
Yeah, I'm expecting Apiwat and Anupam to really put in a charge.
Yeah, Anupam has one of those with a chance, although it's a long shot to take the championship. Is Apiwat we're looking at with his helmet off.
You know, this is the Yamaha team ASEAN Garage.
You know, we've seen Yuki go out. Kazma's got his helmet on, so he's getting ready to go out. He's got time. This is the mark of a professional rider who can sit there with less than 10 minutes to go with a provisional pole, knowing everybody's out there on qualifiers looking to shoot you down.
The thing about Kazma, he never looks stressed, he never looks worried. He's always just having fun as long as he's riding a motorcycle.
Yeah, that's the point, and that's I think that's a lot of his secret. If being so obviously happy can be a secret, but happy riders are fast riders, and he's obviously in a very good place at the moment.
Yeah, for now there goes Lidos Apiwat. So yeah, it looks like we're going to get everyone coming out on track more or less at the same time. Anupap, apologies. Here comes Anupap now. And Anupap, he was so strong throughout all the practices. So 136.4, his fastest yesterday.
Yeah. Great shot of Apiwat there. He makes his plan, visualizes how he's going to put himself, or keep himself rather, on the front row.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We saw them riding together, Apiwat and Anupap, but it looks like they're going to be doing this alone.
Yeah, Apiwat looks a little bit angry today. He looked angry with Yuki Ito earlier on, and maybe he's got something going with his teammate as well for once. He's a spiky character.
And here's that ritual.
Apiwat. Ah, okay.
Interesting. It's really interesting.
Yeah. Is he playing a little tune, maybe?
Yeah. But out goes Kazma Daniel.
But he's going to play a tune for sure on that Yamaha R1 in the next few minutes. Currently sitting on provisional pole. He knows that he's the target. And he knows there are some very, very fast riders out there aiming at him. 7 minutes to go.
I'm still wondering whether Pasowit's going to make it out or not, whether they're anywhere near getting that bike out for at least a lap or two, or whether he's just going to have to settle for wherever he finishes.
Yeah, and that is currently 6, but you have to think that he's going to slip off that second row.
Yeah, everyone's starting to improve there. Ikuhiro, Pasowit there. Oh, sorry. Pasowit not on track, but Ikuhiro's on a good lap. Yuki as well, Gary Salim, all in good first sector times.
It's the Honda Asia Dream Racing by Showa management looking at somebody there is going to lose a lap time. Here comes Akwan, followed by Gary Salim.
Oh, Ikuhiro just put in the fastest sector 2 time of the session, so look out for the Japanese rider replacing Haruki. He's on a hot one.
Yeah, impressive. But the next rider to complete a lap is Zakwan Zaidi. We've got pole position here back in March, and he's got provisional pole position now in November.
And Ikuhiro, he's just 0.001 seconds off Zakwan's time.
Phenomenal from Ikuhiro.
Amazing.
Wonderful stuff from the Japanese replacement rider.
And Gary Salim as well, he's gone up into 5th. 136.6 for him. That's an amazing time from Ikuhiro and Zakwan. And Ikuhiro, what an effort. Coming in to replace the injured Haruki and filling in those shoes very well so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he looked good yesterday, especially considering he hadn't been here before, but now he looks phenomenal.
Yeah, Aslan Shah's just come out there. He won't have qualifying ties, so let's see if Aslan can improve on a different set of tires.
Yeah, Kazma on his first flying lap of this session on qualifiers. I think he's got his own medium front.
He seemed to prefer the medium front. He got the best out of it in practice too. So I'd imagine that he would be running the medium front and qualifying rear. Ooh, right on the edge there, Kazma. His first sector is decent, but not as fast as Ikuhiro's one. Apiwat's on a good lap as well. He's got a good sector 2. Ooh, and Yuki Ito as well. He's improving.
And Ikuhiro comes across to complete another flying lap on qualifiers. Oh, and he goes top with a 135.9 into the 135s. Well, we weren't expecting that. We knew he'd do a good job, but that is next level. Phenomenal.
He smashed it, and he did it with a pretty lackluster sector 2. His we're usually in sector 2. Well, you won't see it on live, but it would be a 36 mid. He was doing nearly 37, and yet he made it up in sector 3 and took provisional pole.
That was a good. Sorry, Daniel. That was a good lap from Kazma. First flying lap. He put himself back up from 3rd into 2nd with a 136.043. So it's tight at the top. And Zakwan's just done a good sector 1. Ikuhiro, that lap's aborted. He'll get the exceeded track limits sign in case he hadn't realised.
Very soon we'll get that message up on our screens, but yeah, Zakwan's done a really good lap at 20.074 on the first sector. He's up about 2/10 over anyone. Sector 2 not too bad either. So here comes Kazma now. He's still pushing on. This should be a good lap from Kazma as well. Behind him is Yasuke Nakamura.
Well, he's picked a good guy to guide him around, that's for sure. But we're watching Zakwan. Oh, here he comes through sector 3.
Just a final turn now for Zakwan. This should be a really good lap. It might get him back onto provisional pole, but Ikuhiro's time, the 135, is hard to beat. Here comes Zakwan now. It's a 135.933 from Zakwan Zaidi.
Wow, so that's about 40 hundredths of a second faster than Ikuhiro. What a phenomenal last closing stages of this qualifying drama for ASB1000, and it's not over yet. It's not over yet because Kazmayuddin has just gone on top of those with a 135.559. That's a convincing provisional pole time from Kazma.
Unbelievable. He didn't even get fastest throughout any of the sectors. He's just been consistent throughout everything and just smashed the timing, 135.559. Unbelievable. And I saw the SDG team there indicating to Ikuhiro. I think Ikuhiro is going to come out now again. Yep, there he comes.
Yeah, he should have something left in that tyre. He's got 1 minute 36. He's not going to make it around to do another lap.
Yeah, there's no way that he has enough time. So 3rd is the best Ikuhiro can hope for right now. Apiwat not able to improve. Anupab, however, went up into 5th.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Apiwat is going to maintain his front row starting position. So apologies if you believe me and put any money down on that. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, for now, Adam Norden, he's trying to push on for a lap. It's decent now through sector 1, but for now, here's Zakwan Zaidi. It's a decent lap again for him, fast through sector 1 and 2. Let's see if he improves further. Ooh,
35.6. Wow.
So he does improve, but not enough to knock off Kazma Daniel.
But my goodness, that's close. That's 5 hundredths of a second.
Here's Kazma now. I think he's going to line up this one lap. This lap shouldn't be anything faster. Yeah, it's a 135.6 again, very similar. So.
But it's a fantastic lap time, but it doesn't change the order.
I mean, you can see the difference, like the Hondas in sector 1, they're much faster, and I think that's the top speed that's helping them. But then Kazma, he's just so much quicker through sector 2 and 3.
It's the maneuverability of the R1, isn't it? Anupab really enjoys the Yamaha around here.
Zakwan's backed off. He's backed off this lap, so he's going to have to settle for 2nd.
Yeah, that's it.
Kazma, he's on another hot lap, so he's just going to try and improve on his lap time, and at this point it's just for the fun of it. But is that Kazma? No, that's Yuki Ito, isn't it? Yeah, Zakwan's off. So the session will have ended now for Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, last time around he was on pole. This time provisionally he's second.
Oh,
I don't think he's going to get. I don't think he's going to get pushed off the out of second place. Ikehiro coming across, but that's just a bike 72. Yeah, that's just an outlap for Ikehiro. Not quite sure why he came out. Maybe he just wanted to try something. But what a session for him. SDG and our friend Haruki Noguchi are going to be delighted with that. But Kazma Daniel really lit that session up late on. That's Kazma Daniel, and our Daniel's going to make his way down to Parc Fermé to talk to him when he completes his slowing down lap. And he's just bettered that time, the 1:35.378. He likes to enjoy himself, doesn't he, Kazma Daniel? That wasn't enough. As my colleague Daniel was just saying, he might just do it for fun, and that's exactly what he did. 1:35.378. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is slightly slower, 0.02 of a second slower than Zakwan's pole time from back in March. So you can see how close, how competitive this ASB1000 class is. So they're going to be happy in those pits. Yuki Ito has finished. Shake there between Zakwan and Kazma Daniel. So let's look at their results for qualifying. The sensational Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin, 1:35.378 to take pole position from Zakwan Zaidi, third place. Sensational again, Ikehiro Enokido for SDG Motorsports Hark Pro Racing. Apiwat Wongtananon, P4. P5, middle of the second row, Anupab Sarmoon, Apiwat's teammate. 6, Gary Salim. Good performance from him to put himself on the second row for Honda Asia Dream Racing by Showa. Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman leads the third row from Pasawit Tidiwararak, who didn't take part too much in that session. Yuki Ito 9th, Adam Noradin 10th, Suhatai Chemsap, the wild card, in P11. P12, Anusha Nakcharon-C, 13th, Yasuki Nakamura, and 14th, Hideyuki Okada will complete the grid this afternoon for Victor Racing Team. As we look at mixed skies above through that fisheye lens, I'm not sure what we make of that. It looks better from this angle. So clear skies so far. As we just wait for the bikes to return so we can go to Parc Fermé. And let's go to recap, take another look at the highlights of that ASB1000 qualifying session, and we begin on board with Apiwat Wongtananon, who carried the camera for us for this session, leading around as he often does. His teammate Anupab Sarmoon, one leading the other. That was the order on this occasion. A decent session for them. Anupab, one of the riders with a chance, although a bit of a long shot, of taking the championship in the absence of Haruki Noguchi. Yuki Ito put in a good session, and this was with just minutes left on the clock. Fantastic lap to put himself on provisional pole position at the time. Ikehiro Enokido, Haruki Noguchi's replacement. Sensational, his first visit to Chang International Circuit. That wasn't quite where he ended up, thanks to Zakwan was one of them, who was to push him outside. But it was Ikehiro who got them into the 135s. Zakwan would then push him down to P3, push Ikehiro down to P3. But Kazma Daniel hadn't finished after sitting impassively in the pits for 10 minutes or so. He came out with some sensational laps, and having taken pole position, he kept pushing and he improved on it again to put in a pole clinching time of 1:35.378. As we take a look at the track, we are going to go down to Daniel in Parc Fermé, who will be talking to Kazma Daniel.
So we're down here at Parc Fermé after the ASB1000, and what a phenomenal session that was, Kazma. So Kazma, we saw that you early on in the session with the pace, and then when everyone got out on the qualifying tires, you were just sitting back for a while, and you came out and absolutely destroyed the lap time. Could you give a few comments about that qualifying session?
Yeah, for the qualifying, I feel too much confident on the bike, and because I'm really believing on my my Kazuma, is my chief engineering. So, and also Zawa is this boss guy was a perfect. Always make my bike is you know, it's like what I want. But now in the qualifying, also in the first session, first exit, I already make a P1 36.1 with the race tire. So it's not bad for me, and also it was fast also with everybody. And after that, I just waiting for waiting them to using qualifying tire, because I don't want to use first, because I know when I'm using first and I go out, everybody was follow me. So for sure, everybody was waiting. So that's why I just waiting for everybody going out, and then after I want to make alone. So alhamdulillah, I'm really happy and shukur. Pole position.
Thank you so much, Kazma. Good luck for the race later.
Thank you, man.
Sensational work there by Kazma Daniel, Kazmayuddin, one of the coolest customers around. That completes the qualifying for ARRC. There is one more qualifying session to come for the Honda Thailand Talent Cup, but we'll be signing off until the race time this afternoon. The first race of the day will be the TVS Asia One Make Championship. That's a really tight championship to call. We'll be back at 12:35 for that. Daniel and I will be joined by the mighty Des Corkhill. So we'll see you back here at 12:35. Not to be missed. This is the final showdown for the 2022 FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.